I didn't get to. I looked at Amazon. I put stuff in my cart, and I was like, I don't need this stuff. Why am I buying this? And I just didn't buy it. I've got too many games now. I can't even play. So
yeah, we're live. We're live.
I didn't get to.
Okay,
I looked at Amazon. I put stuff in my
Omar, I'm gonna make you a
cart,
countdown from
and I was
now
like,
on.
I don't need.
Yeah, I'm gonna actually now start.
Yes, please do a countdown.
We're live. No countdown needed. It's already over 12 o'clock. So
You don't get it.
yeah, it's episode 13. Oh my god, epic. Yeah, screw that. I'm not gonna change that right now. Episode 9 of Game Player. Go ahead, Weeb, introduce yourself.
This is the Weave Sheriff or Blue Rising, as I'm known here. Are we gonna do, by the way, what we're playing right now, or do we do? Are we
No,
gonna do
just
the
introduce
introduction first?
yourself. We're gonna
All right.
try, what's her name? Jodie method.
Well, then that's it.
Stop Cyber Dragon. An 8.
Yeah, this is Innate, or known as the real Innate on Twitter and Xbox. Yeah, that's it.
Hi, I'm JCat or Jody. And I'm Jody D on Twitter, and yeah, looking forward to a good discussion this evening.
Kay?
Hey, it's Kay. How's it going, everyone?
Good, but your audio sounds a bit.
Yeah, I thought
What?
I had no idea if you were joking or not.
Sounds like you're underwater, Kay.
Is that any better?
Yeah, that's better.
Is it?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
She does sound robotic a little bit.
It was better than when
What?
she initially spoke.
Mm.
Stop bullying Kay.
We're missing a few people, but it's what's it called? It's turkey giving, so
Is
people are free to be free, you know.
as opposed to usual?
Well, I'm Karabar Omar, and yeah, we're gonna have an interesting show. And I need to make sure
Need
of
this
two
stuff.
things.
Why am I buying this? And I just didn't buy it.
One,
I've got too many games now. I can't even play. So
yeah, one, I need to make sure my cat doesn't go on my laptop and start messing with my shit. And second, I had my tooth removed last night, so if I don't sound clear, just let me know.
Gotcha.
I'm fine.
All right.
Blue, what you playing?
What I'm playing right now is Psychonauts 2.
Oh,
Just finish the story, so wrapping up all the additional stuff and the trophies.
you ever played the first one?
I have played the first one, which is why I bought the second one. Just waited for it to be sale, Black Friday sales, and yeah, been playing it ever since.
And is it GOTY material?
And not to me, but it is really good.
Mm-hmm.
So I can see why people were charmed by it. Yeah, I know people were using its first console were bullshit, like comparing it to Ratchet Clank. I mean, of course, it doesn't look as good as that, but the game actually looks pretty good. It's really colorful and it really doesn't look bad. So I don't understand all the criticism people trying to downplay it. It's a really good game. Fun. If you found the first one, you're gonna love this one. And I guess Xbox is lucky that they bought Double Fine, because if they're getting games like this now exclusive to their platform, I mean, they should be happy they're getting this. So yeah, I have nothing but praise for it. But yeah, like you said, I don't think this is at least for me, it's not go-to material. It's not my go-to. My go-to is still Lost Judgment, followed by Metroid Dread. So I could accept that one if that one wins. But yeah, but still, it's a really good game. So I'm not gonna not play that.
Nate, what you been playing?
That's oh no, that's tough. It's been all over the place. So I mean, I played a little bit of Demon Slayer. I was just playing SMT5 before we got on here. Playing Pokemon, Brilliant Diamond, and Borderlands 3 and 13 Sentinels. So yeah, I am busy.
W and a W.
All of that? That's a lot.
It's a lot.
Yeah.
It's a lot. Yeah.
All I care about is 13 Sentinel and what's called Borderlands 3.
You said what about it?
That's all I care about.
Oh, those two. Well, yeah, because you want me to beat 13 Sentinels.
Mm-hmm. And I'm playing Borderlands 3 with you when I can.
Yep.
I still, so we really need to start doing the DLC, but what do you want to do? You want to wait till I am level 50 to start doing
I mean,
the DLC?
the level's irrelevant. So, I mean, the key is just we were getting Morgan through the base game.
Because I am now level 30 something, and I am still at Eden 6.
Yeah, by the time you get to the end, you'll be 40 something probably.
Okay. And 30 Sentinel, where you at? Somewhere.
I am on. I'm on character. I think character 8.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I slowed down because like I'm trying to make sure I'm understanding everything that's happening.
You're not gonna be okay. Real talk. You're not gonna be able to do so until you play the final character.
Oh yeah, I mean I get that. I understand how everybody's like, oh well, you're missing this and that. So I mean, I just mean in respect to what's actually happening, not trying to like figure out the end of the game. Like I don't mean that way. Yeah, I'm just trying to make sure I'm gathering everything because they start to get kind of convoluted at that point when they're like, this person's asleep, this person's awake, this person's not who they used to be, this person's someone else. This, so yeah.
Okay.
But yeah, I'll get there.
J-Cat or Jody, what have you been playing?
I've barely been playing anything this week just because I've been real busy. I've played a bit of Shin Megami Tensei 4 Apocalypse. I still haven't finished it though. But yeah, I've just had some stuff going on and just haven't played too much. Hence why I didn't feel too incentivized to buy a load of new games for Black Friday. There was tons of discounts. Stuff was so cheap, and I'm like, no, I'm not going to buy it because I'm not going to play it right now. So yeah, I'm trying to be a bit more, sensible and try not to buy any games until next year. There's nothing for me to buy for quite a while, so I'm good. But yeah, I'm going to take some time to finish some games soon. Games that I've started, like I started Sakuna ages ago, but I need to get back to that one, and I need to finish Horizon Zero Dawn. So that's what's next. Oh, and I do have that Demon Slayer game as well. But I started like the story mode or whatever, but didn't get that far into it. The content at launch was a bit thin for that game, to be honest with you. Like there was no playable demons at launch. They've added some through DLC, but like I felt a lot of the main like demons were missing and stuff. So it was pretty light on content. But yeah, I'd like to get back and do the story mode of that game as well.
Okay, what you been playing?
I've been playing Borderlands 3 and 13 Sentinels. On 13 Sentinels, I have 9 characters unlocked, and all of them but 2 are above 50%, like, through their stories.
Not gonna lie, when you unlock the first character 100%, the goosebump that you're gonna get, you're gonna see it when you're gonna see it. Like, again, 13 Sentinels, one of the best game I ever played. If not for The Last of Us 2, last year, I think 2 years ago, last year, 13 Sentinels would have been my game of the year. Over Final Fantasy VII Remake, over Ghost of Tsushima, over Spidey, you name it, I played them.
That's some high ass praise.
Yeah, I need to get around to that game. It's a shame it didn't sell as well as it could, to be honest with you. Could have done a lot better. Could have done a hell of a lot better, but it didn't. It didn't get hardly any promotion.
It's vanillaware games. They're not made to be blockbusters, but they still get made. And
I didn't say blockbuster. I said it could have sold better than it did.
All right. Then I'll shut up.
Interesting. I really wish it had a Europe demo. It never had one. It had a Japanese demo, and I downloaded it, but I couldn't play it because if you play 13 Sentinel, you would know that it's very convoluted. It's very story heavy, and when it comes to the gameplay, even the gameplay, the combat, even that, you need to be able to read English or Japanese to be able to understand what's going on.
Yeah, I mean, I think a big factor with that is just, I mean, even before I got the game, like people just really don't really know how to explain the game. So most people, I mean, if they can't have an idea about what a game is actually going to be about, like they're not going to make a decent investment in the game.
Trust me, I feel you. Been there, done that. When shout out to
before I got the game, like people just really don't really know how to explain the game. So most people, I mean, if they can't have an idea about it's coming through like JCats for some reason.
Sorry.
Who is that going?
Been there, done that.
Sorry, that wasn't me.
I think she was just pulling up the stream.
Apologies. No, it's because I went to the stream and it was. I didn't realize it was like auto playing. Sorry about that.
No, it's okay. No, it's okay. About 13 Sentinels, what this shout out to creative_coffee. He is the one that been preaching about this game back when it was literally just came out in Japan. When he would talk about it every single time, he was not only super vague about the story, he would not even share anything. He is like, if I say one single thing, it's a spoiler. I'm like, how? Explain to me. How can be just a summary of a story be spoilery? And when I played it, I came back to him and I said, thank you for never even saying a word about the game, because if you had done so, it would have been a spoiler. This is why when I talk about the game, all I will say is imagine every single anime trope, mix it together in a bowl of soup, but it simply works. I can't stress enough just how I think. Okay, so I'm curious, especially Jody. You have been outspoken about this game not getting a lot of or absolutely no what's called marketing by
Yeah.
PlayStation. Um,
It wasn't, to be fair, it wasn't just PlayStation. It was also the way it was marketed by Atlas West was actually not very good. And as you said, with the advertising, basically the sort of videos they put together were little character summaries, which didn't go over very well because it's like, well, I don't know who these characters are, so why would I, kind of care about it? So it was a combination of Atlas not promoting it very well in the West. I'm not entirely sure what they did in Japan. Maybe it was probably a little bit better there, but certainly in the West it was bad. And also, PlayStation themselves did. There was no promotion at all. There was nothing. It wasn't even in like a state of play or anything like that. So it was a combination. The marketing was very poor in general for this game.
as someone that actually played it,
Hmm.
um, you're surprised, Mr. Righteous. How do you market the game? Like, I truly don't know how to do so. Like, no matter what you're gonna say, it's gonna be a spoiler.
I haven't played the game, but I'm also not in marketing, publishing, or PR. There certainly are people that do know exactly how to promote things, and I think almost anything they could have done would have been better. Like I said, if they could have gotten some exposure, or if it was in a state of play, or even in the PlayStation
Oh
blog, I
yeah,
don't believe it was
not
in the.
having on state to play, it was a mistake.
Yes, it wasn't in a
Absolutely.
state of play. It wasn't in the PlayStation. I don't believe there was a. It was featured in the PlayStation blog. Maybe one of you know exactly about that, so I don't read every one. But it didn't get any. I think the average person didn't know this game existed, to be honest with you. And I think even any promotion, even if it was kind of bad, and even if they did the same character videos that Atlas West did and put that in a state of play, that would have been better than what it got, which was nothing. You know. So and the game is about two. I think it just had its second anniversary of release in Japan, and as far as I know, I think the game has maybe sold 500,000 copies. I think was the last announcement from Atlas. So that took 2 years and discounts, and because the game is discounted now, so to sell that amount, so that it definitely could have been a lot better. And from speaking to you, Omar, and other people that have played this game, they said everyone says this game is really high quality. So it definitely, I believe it underperformed from where it could have been. But it was a combination of things. Also, you have to look at the fact that when there are these staggered releases for Japanese games, when they have to take a very long time to localize them, it does. I think that kind of affect some of the momentum as well. And I hope going forward that Atlas can do more simultaneous releases. We just saw one with S75, and there seems to be some news that they've got job openings in Japan that say they want to get people to help with simultaneous releases. But it's a really big undertaking from them. So I think we're not going to see that consistently for a few years.
It
But
took almost like a half a year to a year for the game to be released from Japan to the West, I think.
yeah, I think it was nearly a year, right?
Yeah. So you think that could have played a role in the hype for it to to I think also the game came out at least in the West at the time with almost a lot of different releases. You had how many games? Let me see which quarter Inter 13 Sentinel came out with. Like I remember seeing a friend of mine buying 13 Sentinel and the other one saying, "Wait, I'm not gonna risk it. I don't know anything about 13 Sentinel, but I'm gonna buy a few other games that did come out." Um,
Yeah, it was also the timing in the West when it was released here was not the best, and unfortunately, the game actually honestly, it pretty much flopped in the West. It really didn't. It didn't. So if you look back at the the sales charts for that period, I don't think it appeared in the NPD at all, from what I remember. It just wasn't there. So it was a flop in the West, unfortunately.
okay, so 13 Sentinel was delayed to September 22. Hmm. Let me see then what happened in 2020 September.
I mean, for one, the new consoles were getting ready to launch.
Yeah, I mean that was another unfortunate thing because when it released in Japan, it wasn't too bad because that was obviously almost a year prior, but it effectively released right at the end of the PS4's life and got next to no promotion, quite bad promotion, wasn't in any of PlayStation's promotions at all. And it's just a combination of factors as to why this game didn't do well. In Japan, it did a bit better than the West, but the West, it was almost a complete flop, unfortunately. So yeah, releasing at the end. I don't know if they really thought about that timing too much about what the timing in the West is that it was going to be at the end of the PS4's life. But yeah, you're right. That I think that probably played a factor as well. To be honest.
To be fair, like I'm seeing not a lot of strong game. Oh, well, the only strong game was Marvel Avengers. You have NBA 2K21, Tony Hawk, Pro Skater, Kingdom of Amalur, Reckoning, Spelunky 2, 2K Battleground 13 Sentinel 2020 September. Um, I think this. I truly believe this game was doomed from the start. Also, when you, what was the price? I think it sold for 60, right?
Yeah, it was full price.
Yeah, so that was the
Yeah.
other thing. It's full
When
price. Yeah, so
when you look at like the people that have played it and loved it, the ones that bought it for price, no, it's worth full price, especially if you follow the story from start to finish. But if you when you look at the game, it literally looked like a mobile game.
oh, it had a 2D aesthetic.
I'm not talking about the whole 3D aspect. I'm talking about yeah. I'm talking about when it comes to the combat.
Okay, so it was like a tactical type thing when you
Yeah,
was in a mech or something, right?
like
Um,
we played. I've seen what's called Mech Gundam and other games that have way much better gameplay combat wise.
so the thing is that with the graphics and so on isn't as much as of an issue in Japan, I feel, because there's a game that come out that released recently. You know the new Super Robot Wars game, and I'm not sure if you're aware, but there isn't standard pricing for games in Japan like there is in the US
Oh,
and Europe.
really?
Yeah, so
I
like
had
some
no
games are
idea.
like, yeah, it's crazy. Some games are like crazy expensive. Like if you do the conversion, it'll be like 80, 90 US dollars,
Wait,
something like that.
what?
Yeah,
So
because
a
the
game like
price.
The Last of Us is $90, for example?
I don't know what that particular game released at, but that's a possibility. But it's not based on the graphics of the game. The price of the game isn't based on the graphics of the game. Let's put it that way. So you
But
might get something. You might get something that maybe is considered like a triple A game that's in the West here, or whatever, and it'll be like the equivalent of 60 US dollars, and then you'll get something like Shin Megami Tensei 5 that just came out there, where that was like 80 odd dollars if you convert it. So it's not based. It's definitely not based on the graphics of the game. In
interesting.
Japan, it's not, from what I can tell from that, just obviously from the pricing and everything. If it was, then they just wouldn't be able to do pricing like that. So Super Robot Wars came out, and then when I saw, because I'm not sure if you know Genki Gamer JP on Twitter. You've probably interacted with him a bit. He took some photos in some of the stores in Tokyo, and there was a stand of the Super Robot Wars, which released on the Switch and the PlayStation, was the same price on each console. And I saw the price, and I was like, "Yo, what? I said, is that really
Actually,
90,
what
108? Was it 1800 yen or so? I can't remember what was it. It was so expensive. And I was like, wait, what? Is it really that price? And he's like, yeah. You can get things that expensive. And he said that if you look at this game, it's not like crazy graphics, Last of Us Part 2 type thing. So things can look like kind of mobile games and things like that, and have
I
a,
think
a high
that
price, and people will pay it. You
I
know.
think that have way much more to do with the licensing. Like
The licensing plays a huge
I
factor
watched,
for Super
I
Robot Wars.
watched, yeah, I watched Nate play it, and I needed to play it myself. That's how much I was into it. But let's be genuine, 1000%. The combat in Super Robot War is 10 times better than 13 Sentinels. 13 Sentinels' biggest strength is its story, not
So
its combat. And
Oh, for sure.
that's that's why I think uh, I've seen people complain about it being 60. I've seen people complain about it being what's called having mobile-esque gameplay type. So when you factor every single thing in it, it explains why it didn't do well. Like,
there's, there,
yeah,
no, sorry, I could carry on.
go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say there's different expectations in Japan versus the West, and that's why I did also give the example of how expensive SMT5 was. So expensive that I'm like, this price is going to affect the sales, surely. Like, it was expensive compared to everything that else was coming out. Where it was coming out, it was like 8,000. So the price for SMT5 on Amazon Japan was 8,000 yen, and then Pokemon was also coming out, and that was about 5,000 odd yen. So
What
that
is 8,000 yen in Europe or USA
so
dollars?
that would USA dollars, that would be, and I think it's
It says $70.
70 odd dollars, yeah.
Hmm.
So
Is
and
that
it was even more expensive
that's expensive?
yeah. That's what I'm talking about. The prices are that wild, and like I said, then Pokemon was coming out, and that was like 5,000 yen. So you can have something that would be, they would both be standard prices, right, in Europe and the US, but the prices can vary that wildly, and that's why I gave the example of SMT5, because it's not just to do with just licensing and so on. It's all sorts of different games, and so like for things like, for example, when I see people maybe complain about graphics in certain games, or different, or things like a day one DLC for example, and then I go and look, and I'm like, oh, I wonder what they're saying what are Japanese gamers saying about this? And they're not complaining about it at all. So I'm like, well, there must be different attitude or different expectations about games pricing and graphics and so on. If these complaints are in the West, and then this doesn't seem to occur in Japan. So I think when it comes to 13 Sentinels, the it it sold okay-ish in Japan, but the US sales were or US sales. I mean, it definitely flopped in the United States. Rest of the world, I don't think was very good either. But yeah, so I mean, we can look at something like that and say, well, that's mobile phone. Why is that full price? People say, well, I'm not paying full price for that, or maybe I'll wait for a discount and so on. So that's why, like 2 years later, Atlas announced, oh, it's sold 500,000 copies, but that's like after like a ton of discounts to get to that. So it didn't sell as much as it could have done potentially, and it probably didn't make it as much money as it could have done. Was it a flop for them overall? No, I don't think it was a flop overall. But it could have done better.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I really wished what his name was here, Akira.
Okay, yeah.
I want to ask him about something about especially. So here is the thing. I might be able to put the whole topic conversation about if you market a game correctly, you're gonna get more sales. Because I still remember what's the name of that game. And this is a game I truly love. Like, I played it, I finished it, I didn't platinum it because I didn't use the platinum game beforehand. I love, love, love Gravity Rush. Like Gravity Rush.
Oh yeah,
1,
yeah.
I played on my PlayStation 4. I never owned a Vita.
Oh, you didn't play it on the Vita, okay.
I
Yeah.
gave my Vita away to my niece, so I never was able to play it on my Vita. I played that, and I played the other one on my phone. On my PlayStation 4. And I can't stress you enough, when I first saw Gravity Rush 2, the quality, the production value, I felt like I was watching an anime, but better.
Yeah. Gravity.
And I will never forget the time and money and effort the PlayStation put in to create that Gravity Rush 2 commercial.
Really? I never saw it.
So the whole conversation about if you market a game right, you're gonna get sales out of it. I don't believe so. I truly believe some games are destined to do well, other not. Niche games, unique games, wacky games, like a game like I loved when I played it, but I forgot about it. Eternal Sonata. I don't recall it selling well. A game like hack.gu. It has 12 illustrations on the PlayStation 2, and then it got even more on the PlayStation 3, and at some time it just stopped. And you had also like unique games. I love them. I play them. Like a game like Folklore. I love it. I would love another Folklore. But I don't think
I think the difference in what you're talking about though with this game was like no marketing versus some marketing.
Yeah,
that's the difference. Like marketing is necessary to a point, but you're not gonna just supersede everything just because you. I mean, they could have marketed this shit like God of War, and it still wouldn't have mattered because a bunch of people still wouldn't have known what the fuck it was.
But Gravity 2 had marketing though. It had amazing marketing. One of the best commercial I've ever seen. On the level of Dog of War, if you remember that commercial for God of War.
I don't know.
Um,
God of War was all over the goddamn place. So yeah.
yeah, it had a fantastic marketing commercial, God of War. Uh,
Do, do you mean the
yeah,
2018 game? Is that the one you saw?
Gravity Rush 2. Look up commercial for Gravity Rush 2. It's great.
So the thing is Gravity. So I did play the first one on the Vita, although I didn't finish it. I bought it again on the
Oh, I highly
digitally. For,
recommend you to play it and play the second one when you can.
yeah, so I'll get around to it now. I loved what I play. I've loved what I played of it actually, and I really like the aesthetic of the game, and the music is really good as well. I really like the
Yeah,
music. But then this was ages ago. I was looking this up, and I was curious, like, why didn't this game do so
it
well
underperformed.
in the West? It it didn't do well in the West at all.
I know why. It's a unique game. They
It's a
don't want.
unique game. It's this the aesthetic of the game, especially. It was very
Look,
very Japanese
it's freaking
aesthetic,
amazing looking though. It
right? But
genuinely looks out of an anime. If you
I
look
mean,
at it.
I agree with you, Omar, but it's the combination of that, and I think I don't know, because I've kind of been looking into this when it comes to like aesthetics and the graphics and so on, and I think that there definitely is different there is different expectations about graphics and so on, like that in the East versus the West, and it's not even something that just pertains to video games. It's to do with from like hundreds of years ago. Like in Japan, like all of their art is kind of like being really stylized. They don't like they're not necessarily
Wacky, right?
going for
Wacky.
realism. Yeah, exactly. Like those is it called yeah, those woodblock prints and that. So that's they don't it's not really having realistic depictions of stuff. And then you had like when they started getting influence from like Disney and stuff like that, and you saw the birth of anime and stuff like that, taking it and making it into their own. So a lot of the kind of like so a lot of the kind of some of the big films and things like that in Japan are like anime and stuff like that, right? Although obviously they have live action stuff as well, but then anime films would be big, right? Whereas when you look at the West or the US, like the big stuff is like this really big cinematic stuff, and the superheroes and stuff. So when you have like for example with PlayStation first party, they kind of from the PS3 era on, they drifted towards doing that kind of cinematic stuff that kind of does evoke what you see in like the cinema. It's just what you see in films and so on. So then which sells very well in the West and it's done really well for them, but then conversely it doesn't sell that well in Japan, so then they had Japan studio making very unique stuff, making stuff I
I
would
was
say
about to name Shadow of the Colossus.
Shadow of the Colossus, the Last Guardian, all these games
The
which
Last Guardian. Okay, so what can you tell me about? From what I heard about the Last Guardian, apparently, they fucked up bad with it. They
so
wanted it on the. Go ahead. What can you tell me about it?
well, that's a game I have played and I
Me
enjoyed.
too. I love it as well.
They playing it though, going into it, I knew that there was. So I didn't really know that much about it, but then there was. I just knew that it had quite a lot of development struggles, and it was called in and out of development and stuff for quite a long time. So when I would, the way I would describe the game is a good game that I would recommend to anybody. Okay. But it's a good game with flaws, you know, this a little bit of problems with the controls because you're controlling the boy and then you can't control the beast Trico directly. You have to like give him
about
orders,
that,
whatever. And
according to what's his name, Shueishida, he wanted it to not be controlled because he wanted Trico, the beast, to act as a dog or a cat, a dog like.
it makes sense. I would say Trico's behavior is almost exactly somewhere halfway between a cat and a dog from the way he behaves in the game. And I see what it's going for, but there are a few flaws with the sometimes like not being able to. The problems I had in the game were like sometimes you couldn't hold on to you couldn't get the boy to hold on to certain things that you should be able to hold on to, or you'd fall from things because the controls were just like a little bit wonky.
And
But
he didn't
overall, it was
listen to
a
you,
good game, and
but
that
at one point he started to listen to you. It's like
what
almost like a what's called a pet.
no,
You create a bond with it.
yeah, no, I understand that. Well, I'm just talking about the fundamentals of the controls, like the basic. Sometimes you needed Trico to do something to solve a puzzle, and he was obviously supposed to respond because after a while I could get him to do it, but it didn't quite work out, and he had to be in exactly the right spot, otherwise it didn't work. I mean, it was a few problems like that, and that game it was quite stylized and had, I would say, a slightly painterly aesthetic, and it was very nice overall. But that game, for all the development hell that it went through, it didn't do well at all. Like sales wise, it didn't do that well, and a lot of Japan studios' recent games didn't do that well. For example, when I looked up, if you just look at Wikipedia, right, and you look at Wikipedia, Japan Studio, and it's got the list of all the games they did, so it's including stuff that they didn't develop internally. It was stuff like they published and in a kind of like a second party relationship with some other studios as well, right? And you see the amount of output that they had, like PS1, 2, 3, it starts to slow down. Then PS4, it's almost nothing, and then it's slowed down. The last thing they officially did as Japan Studio was Demon Souls. They worked on that with Bluepoint. That's the last thing that they officially did as Japan Studio, and the output slowed down around the same time that PlayStation kind of went all in on doing these like cinematic games and stuff like that. So it seems to be like it was a conscious decision that they wrapped up like what they was working on. They didn't give them any more new projects. They decided they didn't want to do Japanese style games anymore, which
I truly hope they still do. Like,
I wish they hadn't have done that, but like from their, obviously from a gamer's point of view, it's not good, right? But I'm looking at it from Sony as a business.
as a business, yeah.
As a business, the Japan studio, apparently there were some organizational or managerial problems there, and they weren't outputting as many games, and the games that kind of went through were not commercial huge successes. Gravity Rush did not do well. The Last Guardian didn't do well. Some of these other games, they really didn't do well. I think Gravity Rush almost completely flopped in the West from the articles that I've read. And then you've got, okay, so they're not doing well, but then you've got Naughty Dog that can make a game that sells almost 20 or about 20 million. That's selling like 20 million. So Sony as a business, I mean, what what I can't. As a business, I understand why they've made that decision there. What's going to make more money? But I just, like, for me personally, I'm like, I wish it wasn't like one or the other. Like, it's a detriment of other things. They have smaller studios that do smaller things. Who's that studio that did that Concrete Genie or whatever that?
Not Media Molecule.
The other one. I've forgotten.
The other one. I forgot what it.
I'm drawing a blank, but they're a smaller studio that are kind of making smaller type games, right?
Opus.
Oh yeah, that's it. Thank you. Yeah,
Who?
Pixel Opus.
Pixel Opus. Yeah, Pixel Opus.
Yeah, so I'm like, I mean, that shows they can have shit. Not every studio is working on giant blockbuster $200 million budget games, right? They have some that are working on smaller stuff, but some of their studios, we don't know exactly what they're doing, right? I mean, didn't they have wasn't there London? No, they closed it down, or they have a London studio, or maybe they was doing VR or something. I'm not sure.
A lot of the studios that even closed, though, like even Japan, like it was really just more of a restructuring because the way that they were producing games was almost getting convoluted, and it wasn't very in tune with the way like how smooth development was going for a lot of the other things. So they wanted to basically retune everything. And for them, the easiest way to do that was to basically just reorganize everything entirely by shutting down the actual studio. Whether or not they reopen them as a different studio or whatever, a lot of them still just reintegrated into other teams and stuff like that as well. But yeah, I mean, the development for the last game or whatever was a mess. It took forever. It was slow. There was a bunch of issues in development. It didn't really coincide with the culture of development that's going through the rest of the studio. So, I mean, I think it was kind of inevitable. And I mean, Gravity Rush, for all intents and purposes, I mean, I bought the game originally when it released on Vita, and I own the game otherwise. I still haven't beat it. And
really?
I mean, I'm one of the few people that buy niche games when it comes to that. And it's just when you're competing with people's time, I think that's the other factor that gets lost. Like you already said this week, you barely played anything. Like most of us have multiple weeks like that in a year, and your number one priority is going to be whatever you find hottest at the time. You know what I mean? Whether that's in your backlog or whatnot. Like when he was saying like a lot didn't go crazy in 2020, but most of us were playing stuff already, like with a high backlog in 2020. So it didn't even matter what released. So, on top of that, Gravity Rush also had another factor in it: motion sickness. I know tons of people that get motion sickness,
Really?
and Gravity Rush was all over the damn place when it came to that.
Really?
What's up?
It's interesting, yeah. I mean, I hadn't really thought of that.
I never heard of that.
Yeah, it's a big factor. Like my girlfriend can't play Ace Combat. She can't play like a lot of shit but she's not the only one. I know several people who can't play games in that similar fashion.
Any motion sickness from it?
No, I don't get motion sickness, but but the game, as interesting as the game was, the base mechanic was cool, but it's competing with other games at all times, especially for me. Like I said, like I mean, you've seen the spreadsheet that I have. Like that did, yeah. I mean, I'll post it at some point. But the spreadsheet's ridiculous. That didn't happen yesterday. Like that spreadsheet is games from like 2016 almost. So I mean, it's just always competing. These games are always competing with so many other games, and then so you got to argue initial interest versus marketing versus genre, all these different things, and it's like where we're gonna have the interest, like Jody was saying, she even has it and she hasn't finished it. Like,
well,
you know.
Okay, the reason I didn't finish it, right? I was playing it on the Vita, and there's like motion controls and stuff in it, right? And you have to
It
put, and
did.
you have to use the back touch pad thing, and I just couldn't do it. That's why I'm like, okay, I'm gonna buy the PS4 version of it. I just couldn't get to grips with the controls, and I was really, really, really annoyed because I was really, really enjoying the game. But I just couldn't I couldn't use the back control. I don't know if it's just like my own dexterity or whatever, but I just couldn't control the bloody
No,
back
it
thing.
was a weird mechanic. When they
Yeah.
translated it to PlayStation 4, they did a really good job. Um, I think they almost waited too long. I mean, it
Mm.
came out a lot later. I mean, I think I bought it for like $15 or something on sale at some point. But I still haven't gotten around to it, and it's like I said, a lot of it is just interest. Like if I think about the few people in here, I think most of us in here would play it, or at least have played it. But like I also think about all the other people that personally, like some of us in here interact with. Uh, and I'm like, even some of the really big Japanese games, I wouldn't even recommend to some of these people. Most of us in here have probably played a Dragon Quest game at some point, not necessarily 11,
I
but
would take
you know,
Gravity Rush over Dragon Quest any day of the week.
well, I mean, those are two very different games.
I'm
But
very different.
my point was that's
Mm,
a huge release in Japan, right?
mm.
But I also like one of the people that we frequently reference on the podcast is Strictly. Strictly is playing Battlefield right now. He has like I just spoke to him earlier. He has like over almost 120 hours or something in it. Like I and he loves games. We share a lot of taste in really great games, but I would never recommend him to play Dragon Quest because he would fall asleep in the first 10 minutes. Like
Yeah,
it
it's just not into those
But
type of
he's not
games,
a fan
right?
of
yeah,
JRPG, right?
he's not really into it.
Yeah, if you're not a fan of
But there I'm
JRPG,
not
it
going to
makes
put it
sense.
off from him entirely because there are some that can give a certain intensity that wouldn't put him to sleep in that manner. You know what I mean? Like the intensity in the first, 5 minutes of Tales of Arise is more intense than anything that happens in Dragon Quest. So
So it has
like
to be more action based, really, for him.
or yeah, like the pacing,
Oh, the
more
pacing.
upbeat,
Okay.
more yeah, like holy shit, like shit's happening all the time, you
Yeah.
know. So he's a very action oriented person. He enjoys a great story though.
Mm.
It's not that the pacing can't be slower because he loves The Last of Us 2. But The Last of Us 2 makes up in certain areas with the aesthetic, the that you're in and the environment. So even when it's on a downturn or a slow moment, when you're in stealth or you're being calculated, everything is still very like intense. So again, very different game, but the intensity and that game gives you engagement in a very different way. So even when you're not in the middle of like busting somebody over the head, with a bottle or in the middle of the actual action, like the intensity never wanes because again, that's the type of game that is. So
Do,
stuff like that.
do you feel that he's more of a typical gamer? Would you say?
I would say he's the better representation of like the typical overall American gamer
Hmm.
nowadays. Um, but I would still say that he shares more interest in story than some of them.
Hmm.
Because he does really like that was something that we talked about thoroughly when it came to the interpretation of certain things and how people felt and stuff like that. So I don't think these people. I think he would be, I guess, more so the typical American hardcore gamer is what I would
Mm.
describe him as,
Mm.
mainly
Mm.
because he is into some of these more, gamer s type things where it's not just, I'm picking up NBA 2K, Call of Duty,
Mm.
and that's it. You know what I mean? So he's still very conscious of a lot of his stuff and is curious. You know what I mean? So with Guardians of the Galaxy, he was trying that out and stuff like that. And we also got into Deathloop and stuff like that. So I definitely curious in that regard. A lot more than the typical gamer, because the typical gamer for me in America will only buy like the pop games, is what I would say, like the games that are undeniable, like Guardians of the Galaxy is getting to that point just from the fanfare, where it's like people are buying it that had no intention of buying it. Like like that's when it starts to exceed. God of War, again, just immediately superseded itself. Like I had people ask me about God of War that I didn't even know this person played games. You know what I mean? And Spider-Man, same thing. Like once these games supersede like that, like if those are the only games they play, then yeah, I would put that more as the typical gamer.
Got you.
But yeah, yep.
Sorry, I'm
What's
late.
up, Akira?
Dude, Karaba, you did the podcast the same time as Wooly did it.
No, I always do my time. It's just.
No, so it was Wooly who was late then. Oh, I'm sorry about that, Karaba. Yeah, Wooly did it late then. Yeah.
Woody normally does this podcast on a Sunday, not a Saturday.
Yeah, I think something happened that you need to do it today. Then. Yeah, I'm sorry, man. Like again.
No, it's okay.
But yeah, I'll be here.
Before I get to you, because I truly want to get to you, I want to make one comment about Strictly. Would you then agree, because he got the bag, he's able to buy more games than normal, that he is willing to try unique games?
Yeah. I mean, your expendable income is a major factor. There's plenty of people that are in very different situations. So yeah, Strictly can literally put every game on pre-order for the next 5 years, and he'd be all right. So
That's
yeah,
what I wanted. Like, you can be a gamer and you want to buy games, but you simply can't. You don't have the bag.
Yeah, I think that like that's where the discerning taste and stuff like that is going to come in. And honestly, why it's important to eventually, like, as you come in as a gamer, discovering what you really like. Some people are going to be really refined. And I mean, I personally see that with a lot of people. The thing I like with Strictly, though, is that he doesn't just because he can, he doesn't just buy everything. Like some people I do follow on Twitter sometimes, like I feel like they're just buying games just to buy them. And that is a weird thing to me. I do not understand that trend. I am not buying some shit I do not intend to play just to put in a collection on the shelf. That is weird behavior. Like unless you are literally going like, this is, Switch game number 3947, and you intend to have a complete collection or something, I get that. But people that
do that madness.
Yeah, like that's crazy to me. But if you're going for a complete collection, I get that. But like some people just have like 700 Switch games for no reason. Like, so yeah, that's where I respect him as a gamer, because he doesn't just because he can, he doesn't just buy everything. So I think that's also a really big factor. But, and like you said, some people want it and they just can't. Like, I remember commenting on someone's page earlier in the week, and she mentioned, I guess and this was really cool to see personally, and I love to see it because these are the type of games that I love. But she was playing NBA 2K, and finally she was like, I'm sick of this shit. Like, I'm sick of the way the meta is for the game, the way it's just absorbing my time. I'm not able to enjoy any other games, this and that. And she's like, you know what? I think I'm just going to get into, I'm going to quit, and I'm going to get into, Ghost of Tsushima. And I was like, hey, like, shout out to you. You know what I'm saying? I was like, yo, it's on sale, this and that. I think you're going to love it. And she already has a PS5. So, like, that was really awesome. But she was like, yeah, like, I got to wait a minute, because she's like, I got to save up to get it. So, like, that's a big difference in obviously some shit that I bought recently.
Mm.
Like,
So,
I want to buy what's called. I want to play Tales of Arise, Gotham Galaxy, Scarlet
hmm
Nexus. But I just bought a new TV. I just simply can't. Like,
Mm.
when you look at the amount of games that have come,
yeah,
shit ton of games. Not to mention next year, going to be insane.
yeah. I think like you said, it's and even though you want to play those games, you don't lack games to play currently either. Like you're still playing Yeast, you're still playing,
Oh
a
yeah,
couple
you
of
have a
games.
lot of games that I can play right
Playing
now. I
games,
bought
man.
a few games
Yeah,
on discount, and like I've got games that I never even started that I can play.
exactly. So that's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
Like none of us are so we're still not lacking, even though there's new games we would want to play. So there's that too, and it's just yeah, it gets crazy. And then like you said, next year is going to be even crazier. I
mm-hmm.
mean, I bought the Regala edition already for for Horizon, both
Yeah.
me and
Horizon
Kay.
A big old mammoth on it. Or...
Yeah, yeah, that
Where are you gonna put
yeah.
that? It looks enormous. It's
Man, I'm
enormous.
telling you, it's about to be a whole coffee table. I'm excited to
I
figure
am
it
so
out.
glad
That's
I didn't buy this. Oh,
a good talking point when guests come over.
Yes, it's gonna be my dining room, my dining table centerpiece.
The centerpiece, yeah.
I don't
Yeah.
think I would be able to put it anywhere in my room. One and two, my
Oh
kitten
man.
would destroy it. She would
Kitten?
eat it
Oh
up like
yeah.
candy.
Well, Lucy would probably be looking at it like, you know what? I'm the original cat around here. Well, how you
Yeah,
think you gonna come up in here and take my spot? Like,
Yeah, she might. She
they
might.
already painted you as a monster.
Oh man.
I know, Akira, you have been waiting, but I wanna have
Nah, it's all
everyone
good.
opinion first, and then I'm gonna get to you. Um,
Yeah, it's all good.
okay, what's your take on this whole topic?
I don't really have a take.
Thought so. You don't, no, I don't see you as a lady that plays the RPG like that, or Japanese games like that, right?
Yeah, I'm not huge into Japanese games, but that's most in part because I haven't really delved into Japanese games, but I do want to change that. So that's why I really took your 13 Sentinels suggestion, to heart and actually got it, started playing it.
Mm.
Because I do, I want to just kind of like
Broaden your horizon.
expand my taste in games.
Mm-hmm. Question. So I recommended 13 Sentinels. Not to me, to Kofi. Again, I will can't stress enough the amount of time Kofi pushed 13 Sentinels to the others. Any regret?
Do what?
Any regret getting the
I
game?
regret.
Oh, not yet. But if I do, I'm coming to you.
Yeah, you know where to find me.
I already told you. I'll get a plane ticket. I'll come to your house, and
Hey,
then
wait!
I'll rob you for the money to pay for that ticket.
That was for the trending, not. Hey, you're cheating! That was supposed to be the trending only, and not the 13 Sentinel.
Well, I'm adding 13 Sentinels. Anything you suggest to me, actually,
Hell,
that's
Did
gonna be
not
my go-to.
suggest anything
Lucy,
without you
help me. She's
suggesting anything.
evil. Okay, so now we're gonna go to the man of the hour that I truly wanted to talk to,
What the hell?
Akira. The conversation is as follows. Do you think Japanese games are too niche for people to play? And I'm really talking about the wacky one, the Gravity Rush one, the 13 Sentinels one. Why do you think all these games underperform? And is there a way to prevent that from happening again? Like when you look at games like Eternal Sonata, Folklore, Gravity Rush, Shadow of the Colossus, you name it, most of it underperformed unless your game is called start with Final Fantasy or Kingdom Hearts
Dragon Quest.
or Last of Us,
Dragon
not
Quest.
Last of Us, Pokemon.
Dragon Quest.
That
Dragon
well-known
Quest. Dude, I keep
Japanese
saying
game.
Dragon Quest, man.
Dragon Quest
I
a
keep
whole
saying-
last national holiday when that
truly
shit comes out
curious.
over there.
So I'm truly
Dragon
curious,
Quest.
Sakura. Do you
Okay,
think the Japanese games are too niche?
This is very interesting because at Woolly's podcast I had a similar topic where I almost got into a fight with an ex-bot.
Oh my
spitting some
god!
bullshit.
And I missed it
Yeah, like,
somehow.
dude,
Was it being
dude,
recorded?
like-
I need to check it out.
Look. I'm gonna tell you like this. Like this man like really tried to tell me that Japanese people are mad at Sony because they moved to California. I'm like, what the fuck?
What?
We're not gonna talk
Most
about,
Japanese
we're-
people
we're-
don't know they even moved to headquarters.
We're
Yeah.
not,
No, I get
please.
it. But yeah, okay, Carba, we're gonna do it this way. Okay, so the thing, all right, the only connection that I can bring to this is because at Woolly's podcast I was talking about Kishiro Arata. You remember him, right? Kishiro Arata is the guy that Sony recruited to basically bring Japanese games or Asian games, to
I remember you brought him up on Twitter not so long ago.
Yeah, PlayStation. So basically, this is the thing, man. This is actually a really good question because I have also been observing that, and I said something like I have been noticing a trend that for some reason action JRPGs are kind of getting that global appeal. I remember I think I said that to someone, right? I think it was Inante.
Yeah,
I said
we
something
were
like
talking about it.
yeah. I said something like action JRPGs it seems like they're getting a global appeal because in Japan they're not really that popular. In Japan, the more popular thing here is turn-based, and the art style is more of the anime look, the more of the 2D look is the fan. They're not huge fans of like the super graphical, amazing 3D. You know what I mean?
Oh.
That's why Shin Megami Tensei 5 is blowing up right now in Japan.
What was we just talking about? We was just talking about this, right?
So Japan,
and,
Japan is the opposite of the Western, where the Western focus on graphics and stuff like that, and games like the Last of Us.
Yeah, and action. Yeah, this is the thing, man. I found this interesting because for me, I love action and I also love turn-based. But the thing is, maybe it's just my preference. I'm more of an action guy, but the majority of Japanese gamers really do love these. Again, Persona, 13 Sentinels made their bang hit in Japan, and Scarlet Nexus is hard because of its situation, so we're not going to talk about that. Dragon Quest, the next Dragon Quest is definitely going to be a hit. Like there's no question, Garaba. There's no question about it. But this is the thing, man. Like for the West, I have been looking at some popular games from the West. The only exception that I can think of is Persona, and maybe Yakuza 7 if you want to go there. But those are like the only exceptions that I can see when it comes to like more on the turn-based side of things. It's kind of like I have this feeling that somehow in a global scale, turn-based Japanese games are kind of losing their appeal. I don't know why is that or what happened, but the numbers are not lying. It's just the truth. Like the action ones just do better. Dude, Tales, Tales, right? The Tales series. The Tales series started with turn-based gameplay. I'm sure Inante knows this. The Tales series started with turn-based gameplay, and they were never really that popular. Tales of Arise is one of the.
I always remember it being hybrid.
Yeah, I thought it was
it was always
hybrid, but
yeah.
No, it started with turn-based, and they made the hybrid, but it was still strongly turn-based despite of the hybrid. You know what I mean?
Gotcha.
Like it's still not completely action. It's still turn. No, all right, sorry. It started with turn-based, the old games. Then you got into the middle of the generation, and it started to do the hybrid, but it's still more focused on the turn-based aspects because it's still slow as fuck. That's what I'm gonna call it. And then
it was slower.
And then Tales of Arise was like the first breakthrough of the way they just overhauled the damn combat, that it really felt like more action than turn-based. And as you can see, it's the one that made the hit. And not only that, Tales of Arise graphics compared to the old one is substantially better. then the last
It's a
one,
massive
like
gain.
it's a massive
Well,
it's a
the
massive
previous
overhaul.
games
The old
were
ones were
turn-based,
more.
Yeah, but the funny thing
Terraria was
is,
pretty much an ARPG,
uh,
if I
the
recall correctly.
the funny thing is,
It
Tales
is.
series though, the Tales series is popular in Japan. Has always been popular in Japan, but they never really hit the Western market before. Not like how Tales of Arise did it. And I have been, and again, and Tales of Arise. Let's just say it did do bad in Japan. It's just that it's not how they usually do
No,
in
Tales of
Japan.
Arise did. It did okay, right? But
Yeah, exactly.
the Tales
Yeah.
series as a whole has been in decline in Japan, so it continued the decline. Let's put it that
Yeah,
way.
but that's what I meant, right? You know what I meant? The more they do hybrid, the more they decline. You see what I mean?
Well, yeah. So just
Yeah,
before you
yeah.
came in, Akira, we was talking about because we were talking about 13 Sentinels, and some people in us were saying, "Oh, well, it looks like a mobile game. It's not worth
Yeah.
$60 and so on." And
Yeah.
so, kind of
Yeah.
what I was saying was that graphics is not. It's seen a little bit differently in Japan. They're not like focusing on the graphically intense things. So and the pricing is non-standard pricing for games. So something can be priced expensive, irregardless of the graphics of the game. Like what people in the West might consider to be better graphics. And one thing I said, and maybe you can speak to this a little bit, was that what I thought part of the reason was to do with less realistic the preference for less realistic depictions in Japanese games is to do with like just overall Japanese art and like some of the art, the what's it called, the ukiyo-e, what are they called again, those prints and everything. They're not
Yeah.
there haven't been a lot of realistic depictions, and it's just sort of carried through to the present day, and it's in a lot of the art, and you've got anime being popular in Japan with anime films, whereas in the West is a lot more kind of action or superhero films and
Action superhero.
and it's kind of reflected in the type of games as well. So I wondered if you could speak to that a little bit, because I'm just talking from as an outsider's perspective.
So this is what I think. I really do believe that for global and in the West, it seems like graphics really plays a big role. It's just the truth. Like you know what? Persona 5 is not a ugly game. It's actually so visually, pleasing to the eye. The way they did the menu, very stylish. It's not the advanced graphic, but it just looks so good. That's what I meant, like so visually pleasing. So I think that's also one of the reasons why Persona was such a hit, despite apart from the amazing characters and amazing gameplay, all that basically. I really have a feeling that somehow good graphics seems to make a click on the global. For example, Final Fantasy 16 has been hitting a huge hype right now globally. And then aside from being it Final Fantasy, it's just we know Final Fantasy right now. This is the thing, man. Dragon Quest is kind of special because Dragon Quest is so popular in Japan now. Globally, I'm not sure about it, Joe. You need to back me up with numbers. Globally, I don't think they're as that. Compared to, for example, something like 7 Remake.
It's not even close.
Yeah, not even close.
Yeah, so that's what I meant about.
Well, you can, however, you can directly compare 7 Remake and Dragon Quest 11. The problem is that 7 Remake was only on one platform and Dragon Quest was on multiple, and they sold about the same. But that's to do with one being on one platform and one being on multiple.
Yeah, but what I meant is, 7 Remake hit more globally compared to Dragon Quest, and that's like the point I'm trying to make. I've been analyzing this, Karab. I'm really surprised you made this a topic, because I have been analyzing this the past.
It was not going to be a topic.
This wasn't a topic. This was off the cuff.
Oh,
I like it. Well, to be fair, there is not a lot of topics, and I am genuinely passionate about Japanese game.
Yeah,
I wanted to, for once, face reality that just unique games don't sell, basically.
yeah, I have been analyzing this for the past 3 weeks. I mean, it's not about unique games, Karaba, really, and I really hate to say this because it's just like from all the things that I've seen, it's just the truth. Like graphics do sell. It's just the truth. I mean, for example, Tales of Arise looked like Berseria, only a little bit better. It would have not sold this much. I'm sure of it. I am so sure of it. You remember Berseria, right? Tales of Berseria. You remember how that looked, right?
Mhm.
And if
Berseria
you
is
took
one of the
Tales of
best games I
Berseria,
ever played.
yeah, exactly. But if you took Tales of Berseria and polish it a little bit, Tales of Arise would have not sold this much. But the thing is, if you put Berseria and Tales of Arise, it's side by side. I'm sorry, but Arise looks like 2 generations ahead. You know what I mean?
Tales of Arise
Like
looks better
literally.
than Berseria.
Well,
Let's be
I
real.
should think it should look better. It's made on a modern engine. I mean,
Yeah, exactly. No. Apart from that, it's made on a modern engine, but it's just a massive improvement on visual fidelity. Is what I'm saying, and I think it's also one of the reasons why it received that hype that it got. For example, I remember when Tales of Arise was announced, right? Tales of Arise, again, this is a Tales series. I never expected this to hit big and globally because they've always been kind of a niche shade series that had like a cult following and all that. But Tales of Arise just hit the mainstream hype because of most of the comments that I read are, it looks so good, it looks so beautiful, it looks this and that, and what's a good example? Sai Games, Grand Blue Fantasy Relic. The Grand Blue series is not popular worldwide. That's a Japanese popular IP. Yeah, the Grand Blue from the phone and the Grand Blue Fantasy Versus. It's not really a popular fighting game. Because not even a lot of people know it exists. But it has a massive following, in Japan because that IP is one of the biggest IPs in Japan, basically. And Relink was announced, Sai Games Platinum Games, and then Sai Games
Years ago.
And basically, Sai Games took over because they started 3 years ago. They had like about 300 developers. After 3 years, they have about 2,000 developers now. Yeah, they're really big. They're catching Capcom, Square Enix, amount of people. But so they didn't need Platinum Games anymore because Platinum Games is working on 6 projects. I don't know how the fuck they want to do that, but they took it upon themselves, right? So Grand Blue Fantasy Relic, when it was first announced, it also got its hype, and a lot of people are waiting for it. And again, one of the main reasons that I saw again is because it's visually pleasing. For a JRPG, typical JRPG, Grand Blue Fantasy Relic does look pleasing to the eye. It does look fucking beautiful. It's just the truth. Guilty Gear Strive, Guilty Gear was also a weird one because Guilty Gear was like a cult classic for fighting game fans, right? But after Dragon Ball Fire Z, Arc System Works hit mainstream, and Guilty Gear Strive, being the same level of art style like Dragon Ball Fire Z, it became a global hit. It was such a global success as well. And again, one of the main praises again is it looks so good. it looks so great.
It really does. I was curious. I almost bought it.
It does.
Exactly.
It does. It still has the anime kind of design.
Yeah, it does. But it looks good though.
Aesthetic.
It looks
It's
good.
kind of it's a it's 2D, right? The
Yeah, 2D, 3D. They do like a mix.
Yeah, it's like on a 2D plane, but when there's like a special or something, it kind of looks a little bit 3D.
And another example, this one is a really good one. So we're talking about Japanese games, right? So Sai Games has another project, as you know, called Project Awakening that has been pushed towards next gen because they created a new engine for it. And again, there's massive hype for it because it looks damn good. The graphics looks absolutely amazing. And the gameplay that I saw looks really good. So I'm also really excited about it. So my point is, the more I see of this what do you call this pattern, because when Ayuden Chronicles was announced, showcase on Xbox E3, I really felt like I was the only person hyped for it. Like I was talking about it on my fucking timeline.
I thought
Ayuden Chronicles.
Ayuden Chronicles.
Oh yeah, I talked about it on.
Very good.
I
really.
There was a
I
little
really
bit
felt
of
like
controversy about that game at the time because it was kickstarted and then Kickstarter people weren't informed that it was going to be on Game Pass or whatever, and they weren't happy about that, to be honest with you. And then the studio, I think they're called Rabbit and Bear Studio, they had to put out a statement on this type of thing. They weren't yeah. They're saying, oh, it doesn't take away from the thing, and
But this is the thing, man. Like, as beautiful as it is, Ayuden Chronicles is to someone like me or Chris Righteous, it will not look beautiful to, let's just say the others. You know what I mean? It's not that passable graphics that people are looking for, unfortunately.
But do you think
not Final Fantasy VII Remake?
Yeah,
do
you think that most people? Yeah, I was just going to say, do you think that most people would be able to sort of look at that and accept, well, that's a lower budget game, so it's not.
Yes. Yeah. For example, there's another example.
If you look like this and you're gonna be for the price of 60.
There's another example, and this has been really.
That's gonna be.
This has been really interesting for me. This other example. My other example is Forspoken is actually one more other example. This one is a very interesting one for. The reason for it is because I look back into a lot of games in the past, and the isekai genre is not really an explored gaming genre. It's always anime.
Yeah.
So
it's always been
now that I think about it, aside from Sword Art Online games, this is kind of the first isekai original genre.
You have a few like the Sword Art Online franchise.
I just said aside from the Sword Art Online games. Said that.
You're kind of sleepy, Emma.
Yeah, but basically, Forspoken. Now I think about it, it's kind of like the first isekai genre video game, original IP, and I've been wondering about it because I thought about it. I'm like, if it's an isekai genre, and it would appeal more to Japan if you do like an anime graphics, right? That's what I thought about in my head. And
I'm very curious about that game.
And then I realized, I think it would appeal more if it's not, because the graphical fidelity will be more recognized with a different character.
Ni no Kuni was isekai.
Right, but that was an anime kind of thing.
It was kind of anime, but all right, you know what? That's also good. But what I meant is an original IP, like the original.
But what was an original IP?
No. I know what you mean, but
it's never been heavily explored though. Like there's one here and there every now and then.
One here and there, yeah.
But this is why I miss big investment from Square all of a sudden.
No, okay, I'm gonna break it down. This is like the first AAA isekai genre video game, basically. That's what I was trying to say.
So can I say something, Kakao? So I'm very curious about this game because on paper you could call it a isekai, but the aesthetic is, I would say, completely Western, to be honest with you. That's not my main. One of the things why I'm wondering what the appeal of this is going to be in Japan is because although it's been developed in Japan by Luminous Productions, all the writers are all Western writers. It's been produced.
Amy Hennig. I mean, come on, Amy Hennig, right?
Gary Whitta, who Amy Hennig, Alison Reimer, Todd Stashwick, of all the writers. They actually have Bear McCreary as one of the composers. I love his music. So
he's great. Good. And no, Hennig is one of the lead writers for Forspoken.
Yeah, and from the little bits of dialogue we've heard in the trailers, it's going for it's kind of I was kind of mixed on the dialogue from what we heard.
I think it's more realistic, like people can resonate with Faye more that way.
It's I would say modern. It's like modern.
It's modern. Yeah. It talks like a modern human being, basically. Let's just say like that.
Is that a motherfucking dragon? That's totally Japanese, dude. Are you kidding me?
No, that's not what I meant, man. I get it. No, but Jody has a point. Go ahead.
Yeah, so but my wondering about this is that yes, it's an isekai. It's someone going from one world into the other, but what is that enough to? Is that alone to enough to appeal in Japan? Because there's nothing apart from kind of some of the gameplay. Obviously, does look very kind of Final Fantasy kind of like Final Fantasy 15 kind of, right? It's just the same people making it. It, is this? I think I don't know if maybe it will do okay in Japan, but I think I'm wondering about just the appeal in general with the art style, because it's obviously there's very realistic art style. And the other thing I'm wondering about, that I can't remember when this game's coming out. Actually, no, has it got a date?
I think it's aiming for next year. To be honest, 2022
Yeah,
is
it's aiming
the
for next
release
year.
window. Yeah.
For some reason I thought it had a date. Okay, so it's just 2022.
Yeah.
Okay. And as far as we know, this is just a PS5 only game, right? I mean, it's going to win PC, but I mean, as far as
in a layer date or something. But yeah, PlayStation 5 first. Yeah, from what I understood.
Well, I mean, it's not PS4.
No, it's not. It's not a cross.
Definitely not.
Section only.
No
Section
PS4.
only. Section only.
Yeah, so that's why I'm kind of worried about what the sales of this is going to be in Japan, just because it being PS5 only, and then what in general I'm like, well, okay, what's the appeal? Some games can do okay, but I'm just wondering, is it just obviously it depends on the marketing, right? Is it just saying alone, oh, here you go, this is an isekai, is that enough?
Yeah.
Or does it
No.
or is there something else to it, you know?
This is actually interesting to me because, in the West, they market Forspoken as, Faye, and she's in another world, and basically, like she needs to do this and that. The way they say it in English, right? If you watch the Japanese type of Japanese way of marketing this game, they really emphasize that this is an isekai game. They emphasize that word so much. Like,
they did.
The only time that you guys saw it, like, for the worldwide, is the TGS event. That's the only time you saw the Japanese version marketing, where the first thing that the host says is, the host gives a breakdown first of the genre.
Right, you did, I remember. Yeah. I remember saying that. You're right.
Yeah. Basically, the host said, well, in Japan, the hottest genre right now, the most popular genre right now is the isekai genre, where you have your hero be in another world and you do great things and you have powers and all that. And they basically repeated the isekai word like 3 times before they showed Forspoken. And they even have Japanese dub for Forspoken.
I haven't heard the dub, but I do remember the TGS, so they did use the word isekai now.
Yeah, there is Japanese dub for Forspoken, which was interesting to me. But yes, there is Japanese dub for it, which is why.
Is that weird?
No, I think that's pretty common.
It's not that weird. However, the thing is, the only reason why I was surprised is because when they first marketed Forspoken, well, globally, right? I only thought it's kind of like an English only game, because there are games like that, and when I heard a Japanese version, again, I mean, seeing Faye speak Japanese it's kind of caught me off guard. I mean, come on, But the marketing of this game in Japan is really, really edging on to it being an isekai.
So they're using that word in the marketing, which they haven't in the Western, because people already know what it is. Whereas I think in the West, you'd have not every. I mean, isekai, we kind of know what. I guess if you're into anime, you know what it is, right? But,
exactly.
Not everybody knows what that is, right? So
exactly. Not everybody. So again, the marketing here is that they don't even need to say that isekai, because isekai is only a genre. It's not really the meaning of in another world. It's not really what it means. It's just like it's a genre that is like explored, but more mainly onto that. Basically, a time traveling, going to other dimension can also be an isekai in a way, but it's only like a branch. So isekai is like the main branch. So the fact that they're basing it on the genre, it's kind of being marketed as like one of the first big games to be in the isekai genre. And to be honest with you, the isekai genre is massive here. It's massive. So this will be really interesting to see the sales of Forspoken, because this is an interesting experiment, because they're appealing to a genre that is so popular here, but the way the game is built is for global appeal.
So yeah,
So
so
the
what they've
amazing,
done,
yeah,
you're right. They've gone into that genre, but
the
they,
game
they, they
design is for global. Yeah,
the game design is more global, but they're using Western writers, which is interesting.
exactly. Yeah,
Yeah.
very interesting. Again, it's so mixed match. So you got a Japanese developer, you got the isekai genre is a popular Japanese genre. Then you got the Western writers, and you got a Western protagonist. It's just an interesting mixed match. I don't know. I'm pretty interested in what's gonna happen. And to be honest with you, I can't hope it does well. I mean, it looks like a well done game. To be
Motherfucker
honest.
Dragon? Yeah, it was weird for me when it like from Square
I
Enix
don't
and it's very westernized.
I don't know about you, man. When I heard that, I'm like, man, that sounds authentic. To be honest with you, like I don't know, you're not taking vouch for me, but man, that sounds a bit authentic. To be honest, like,
Oh yeah,
I'm
definitely.
this is the thing, man. Like, it's hard to explain when a character, the way they look and the way they talk, that it sounded natural. They just sounded human, like it just sounded so human.
Well, it
It's
seems
so
like
hard to
something
explain
someone
that.
would really say that was in that predicament.
Yeah,
Like,
for example, yeah, exactly. Somebody would
Realistic, huh?
actually realistically say, if you fucking see a dragon in front of you, of course you're also gonna ask yourself, is that a fucking dragon, right? And I also made notes. Like, I was really excited about when Faye was showing off her powers, like she was really, oh my god, I could do that. Like, I'm imagining myself, if I have powers, I also think I'm gonna talk like that because I
I
also
would do
cannot
the
believe
same
what
thing.
I
Yeah.
cannot do. Yeah. So then
Holy
what I can
shit!
do,
I
and
didn't die. Like,
and again, the last part is the joke where she said, "Oh, like next up, I can fly." So, yeah, don't be ridiculous. Oh, there's a line now. So I don't know, there was just, it just felt human. And knowing that Amy Hennig is one of the lead writers, kind of it kind of understandable, because Uncharted was the way Uncharted was delivered as well. Those dialogues, they do feel human, which
They
is
do.
what I loved about the Uncharted series. Which is why
Agreed.
I think actually, despite of having Japanese, I might play this game in English because I just loved
Oh,
the I just
Well, I
loved
think that it might
the
be
English version.
it's probably because I did, because it's originally written and recorded in English, and always there's something is always lost in translation, right? When you
Yeah, true. Yeah. Yeah,
translate.
that's true. I mean, yeah, in Japanese it doesn't hit the same, but not everybody can speak English here. I'm one of the lucky ones. So.
I think they'll still do a good job with the
No, absolutely. I mean,
translation.
I listened to the Japanese one. It's good. It's just a bit weird seeing Faye speak
does he
Japanese.
also, does he also
Yeah,
say,
but I mean, I've watched games, Western games being streamed by Japanese streamers, all the characters speaking in Japanese. I mean,
does he also say, is that a motherfucking dragon in Japanese?
well,
You cannot.
there's no F. You
It's
can't translate that, right? There's
You
no
cannot.
F
You cannot. No, you cannot directly translate that because the mother fucking. It doesn't work like that. It's a bit hard. That's why this is a type of translations where they need.
Like, for example,
I wonder.
ooh, Sugoi, a dragon, something like that.
No, not Sugoi, because she was scared, man. You cannot say Sugoi when you're scared to do.
Oh.
Dude, she was scared. That's why.
Oh, well, in the English version, she didn't sound scared. She sounded.
No, she was scared, man.
I was scared. I think she was
Did
scared.
you not hear how, like, her voice shaked a little bit? Is that more fucking dragon? Her voice shake if you listen to it properly. It was well done voice acting. It's that same actress, right? Who did the voice?
Yeah,
I
same
yeah.
actress for
I
the
think she's doing great so far. I don't know if she voiced anyone before, but she's doing great so far, to be honest.
I
So,
think she's
yeah,
an actress, right?
Yeah, I believe
she's
she's
done
an
like
actress
commercials
only.
and shit. I think
Commercials.
from what I've seen, but yeah,
But yeah,
not
so
voice.
again, Karaba, Forspoken is going to be an interesting one. Again, this is an interesting experiment. I think Square Enix took this experiment.
I agree. It's a very interesting. It's a very interesting experiment. Like they want something that has global appeal, but they clearly do want it also to appeal in Japan.
In Japan, yeah, exactly.
That's the interesting thing. So it's interesting to see exactly what that appeal will be eventually, how it will translate into sales. And
Exactly.
the marketing sounds very interesting, as you say, with the emphasizing
Isekai,
that this is an isekai and
Yeah.
stuff like that. So I'm very interested to see, like, because we haven't seen that much marketing for it, right? Not that much footage and so on. So I'll be interested to see, like, once we do get a release date, like what the marketing is going to be going forward, and it will be also very interesting to compare the Eastern and Western marketing. You can report on that, Akira, because
Yeah, absolutely.
speak Japanese.
There's this interesting there's this Japanese only interview about Forspoken where I found that really funny. I hope they do it, but I don't know if they're gonna do so. Basically, in the Japanese dub, they've been trying to find ways on to express some things that in English cannot be translated properly in in Japanese, basically. So, and in Ante, you're gonna be laughing at this one. So basically, there's a moment in the trailer where Faye makes this ice attack,
Yeah.
and her hands looks like a kamehameha.
Yeah.
They wanted to insert that as a joke where Faye says it in Japanese, that kamehameha, but they didn't. They didn't put it there yet because they said it's only an idea they're playing with, and they're thinking if it's gonna work or not. Because technically, Faye is like in a real world. It's like in a it's like Faye's in a real world.
Universal, though.
Yeah, I mean, Faye is like in a real world, right? So it would make sense that she knows Dragon Ball, something like that, right?
It would make sense.
Right.
Yeah, but again, they're
real world, right?
but they're only playing around the idea because they're not sure if it's gonna hit or not. I mean, I don't know. I would love it.
Hit.
I would like it.
How many times, like, how many times have we seen other medium reference Dragon Ball?
Yeah, I know. I would find it cool. I hope they do it. I mean,
like,
I hope they do it.
I would pop so hard for that if I see her doing Kame. Oh, wait.
Yeah, no, yeah, no, not good. But yeah, those are some interesting bits and pieces. And so yeah, Forspoken is so interesting. It's such a mix of Japanese and global. I've never seen that properly before, to be honest. It's like the first one that I've seen like this, and it could be one of the reasons why I'm so intrigued by this game, to be honest. And and again,
I think
so
it's
yeah,
a product of what Square has been trying to do for years, and they've had a couple failed experiments, but I think this is the best version. I think it's kind of like they had a bunch of Wii U's, and now this looks like their Switch to me. like they've been trying to do it, and it's like, oh, here it is. This is what they wanted. Yeah.
So yeah, Karaba. To be honest with you, Karaba, and this is gonna be like this is gonna be as honest as possible. For example, Gravity Rush, right? I really believe it. Gravity Rush looks a little bit more better graphically, visually for a global standard. I really believe it would have been a hit.
No, you didn't say that.
Can you repeat?
I just said it.
Can you repeat what you said?
As much as I loved the Gravity, as much as I loved the Gravity Rush franchise, going back to your question, I really believe these games from Sony Japan Studio, if they looked better visually on that global standard, I really believe they would have been a hit globally. I strongly believe it.
Here's the thing: we talked about Gravity Rush and Gravity Rush having a very.
What do you mean by that? Wait a second, Cody. What do you mean? I don't understand.
He means the art style
on the not really completely art style, but more on graphics itself. For example, what's a good example? The Sony Japan Studio. Well, for example, back in the day, Shadow of the Colossus, right? PlayStation 2. Now, if you think about it, PlayStation 2 Shadow of the Colossus was actually one of the better looking games of that generation. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Because when Shadow of the Colossus was what first caught the eye is is that unique giants, and then it looks so beautiful because for a PlayStation 2 that's basically already great. It's one of the best looking games that generation. That's why it was a hit. Shadow of Colossus was a big hit. It's just the truth. Mm-hmm. And I really believe, and when I'm talking about today's global standards, I'm pretty sure you got like a grasp of what I'm trying to say. when I say global standard graphics. And I'm talking about what's like
We're
the,
talking
let's
about
say,
Western graphically intense games. They're not
yeah, exactly.
not necessarily art style per se.
Yeah,
Because
not our style, not our style.
something can
Just
be
graphic fidelity. Yeah,
graphic fidelity.
yeah.
Yeah, I think no. Sorry, carry on. Carry on what you were saying.
No, I meant graphical fidelity because as much as I love Gravity Rush, it's true that it's not one of the best looking games out there.
So
Graphical
you
fidelity
think it
wise.
would have sold better if it had a different art style?
So what?
No, not our style. Better graphical fidelity.
Okay,
The
so
way that it doesn't look like a mobile game.
I don't
But
think it looks. I don't
wait a
think.
second.
I don't think they look like mobile guns. But let's just say it had identical art. So same art style,
To
same
Tales of Arise.
character. No. Not. Wait, it wouldn't have. That wouldn't have been. It wouldn't have been possible to do it exactly like that because this was a much earlier game. But no, not
Yeah,
Tales.
true. You're
Not
right.
not Tales of Arise, but I was just say the same character artist and same background artists and so on. So it's art style's identical, but there's like more polygons or more or
Yeah.
higher res textures. You really think that would have made a
Yes.
difference to the
I
sales?
believe it. I strongly believe it. I really do.
I don't.
I really do.
I don't think so.
really do.
I've got a very interesting. I was going to bring this up, but since we're talking about Gravity Rush, there's a really interesting article that I read a while back talking about 5 reasons why Gravity Rush is Gravity Rush 2, sorry, is unpopular in the West. Okay, and what they mention in this article really is kind of the art style rather than the graphical fidelity. It's more what they mention in this particular article is the art style. They talk about the main character Kat not having less appeal in the West because she's that kind of is it Gungaro, whatever, what do they call it when they have that look to them? What do they call it again? When they look like
Talking about that steampunk looking look or whatever.
I mean the main character, they said the main character's not appealing in the West. The Kat herself is Ganguro. She has a Ganguro design.
What is that?
That is I have never heard that word.
Wait. No. You meant Gyaro. Gyaro.
I think that's what
Is that how it's pronounced in this article, which is written in English? They've spelt it Ganguro.
So basically basically the dark skin Japanese
so it's dark skin
style.
And so it's
the dark skin Japanese, okay,
a fashion trend popular among Japanese women during the mid to late 90s had teens sporting dark tans, light blonde hair as a statement against Japan's preconceptions of beauty of pale skin and dark hair.
I'm gonna tell. All right, Karaba, did you watch Psyche Kuso from Psyche the anime?
Which one?
Karaba.
What?
Karaba. Did you watch Psyche? Psyche, the one with the pink hair guy.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, so this is if you ever see this in anime, this trope where there's a dark-skinned anime character with blonde hair. That's what Jody's talking about.
Is that really a trope? Okay, so
it's a trope. It's a trope.
Wait a second. Are you a manga reader for Bleach?
Bleach?
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. One of them is there. Yes.
So
yes.
the new introduced lieutenant, she can be Gyaro, right? From the one shot.
Exactly.
Okay, so
exactly.
And
Gyaro.
From what I understood, this is literally a play on an American woman back in the 90s or 80s.
Yeah, Jody explained. Yeah, go ahead, Jody.
I think there may have been influence that came from the West. I'm just looking at this little summary here, but it just says it's a statement against the Japanese preconceptions of beauty, but the style's prevalence has kind of faded. But it says the cultural impressions remain. So this is why the main character Kat looks like this. It's she's evoking that aesthetic of Japanese rebellious youth is what this article says. And there's many things that are that's a very Japanese thing that doesn't necessarily translate to the West, because the West doesn't know what that is. They don't know that there was this fashion in the 90s.
Yeah, I was going to say that was never a factor for me. I was just like, oh, the character looks different than the first one, and that was it.
What do you mean?
Like,
she looks the same.
And I know what that style looks like.
She looks the same.
No, I mean she's updated though. Like everything was still updated for 2. Yeah, like I was like, oh, she looks a little updated, and I was like, okay, anyway, still Gravity Rush, and I just like moved on. Like, but I know what that style looks like too.
Yeah, she looks kind of the same. But what I mean is her look in general was, I would call it culturally specific, right? Culturally specific. That's a cultural reference that nobody's going to understand. That's one of the things that this article cites, that the character herself, that her look, and they're talking about Gravity Rush 2 in this article. They're talking about there's jazz sequence. I mean, I haven't played 2, but they're talking about jazz sequences in the game, and the fact that they changed the name. It's Gravity Days in Japanese, and they changing the name. It felt like the writer of this article feels like that you kind of lost the Western title just refers to it was simply to advertise the game's action gameplay, and doesn't the Days in the original title DAZE was to emphasize that the character kind of felt like she was in a daze. That's what it was supposed to be about.
Gravity Rush biggest issue is 1, it's anime. 2, the gameplay. I don't think people are going to be fan of the gameplay.
Yeah, the gameplay was the biggest turnoff for a lot of people. From what I
understand, it's a very unique. Cool, but it's very unique, the gameplay. That's why it turned up a lot of people at the same time.
So
I also loved it.
So unique games like this, I mean, like, we're not going to get a Gravity Rush 3. All the people that worked on this game, they've all left. And studios started their own studio and stuff like that. So it's just like, he's got the I forgot what it's called now.
Okay,
Bokeh Studio. But I think they're working on a horror game. But
I think he said he said action horror game, which is weird, but that's what he said.
Oh, action horror. Okay.
Yeah, that's what he said, action horror. And then, actually, this is so weird. He said action horror, but more emphasis on the action. That's what Toyama said, and I'm like, how do you do that? Like, what does that even mean?
Do you know what I'm imagining? I'm imagining Tokyo Ghostwire. You know that game? That Tokyo Ghostwire?
I'm waiting for that. I'm waiting for that. Yeah.
That game looks...
Mikami.
Every trailer I've seen, it looks less interesting to me, but that's just me.
I don't like horror, so it's an absolute no for me.
It doesn't look horror though.
No, wait. It's not horror. It looks very action. That's why I want to play it.
But the thing
it looks very...
Okay, it's in first person, man. I don't know about that.
Yeah, no, that also pisses me off, but it is what it is. I'm still gonna play it.
Pisses you off?
Dude,
Jody, I'm a fan of third-person gameplay, but if I have no choice, I'm gonna play it. I mean, it's still Mikami Studio, and I trust Tango Gamers. I love Evil Within, so nothing can go wrong with that.
Akira, I wanna give you the floor to rant about Resident Evil and...
Oh no! Oh my fucking god, bro! Did any of you watch those two live action Cowboy Bebop or the live? Oh my god, bro! Like, I'm gonna tell you something.
The Netflix films from
Yeah.
Yeah, the Cowboy Bebop. Let me tell you
I
something,
heard
man.
that Resident Evil one's really bad.
If you have any interest to see this movie, please watch it free. Download this shit.
Oh,
Crack it,
shit.
pirate. I don't fucking care.
Oh my god.
Just don't
Oh, yeah,
spend any
download
money
it.
Is it that
on this
bad?
garbage. It's really that bad. So this is the thing. There is one silver lining. So if you're a Claire Redfield fan, like you have to be a massive Claire Redfield fan, and Chris Redfield. If you're a massive fan of Chris and Claire Redfield, you might find this movie okay, something like that. You might you might enjoy the movie in a way like it's a popcorn movie. It's possible if you're a Claire and Chris Redfield fan. However, if you're a Wesker, Leon, and Jill fan, and you want to burn this shit movie, like you just want to burn it, because I'm gonna tell you something, man. They gave every single character a different backstory compared to the games.
Oh,
And Leon has the worst backstory because, you know, in movies where there's always this idiot that is used for comic relief because he's stupid and people treat him stupid.
yeah.
Oh, shit.
That's Leon. That's
That made-
Leon in this movie.
They made him dopey.
So basically, this is what happened. Leon apparently has connections in the precinct. That's why he became a cop. And he got sent to Raccoon City for a punishment because he accidentally shot his teammate because he doesn't know how to use a gun.
Oh my god.
That's Leon S.
Oh,
Kennedy's
shit.
backstory. That is Leon S. fucking Kennedy's backstory. When he meets Chris and Claire Redfield, he doesn't know how to fucking wear his bulletproof vest.
What?
Okay, so wait a second. How
How is he a cop then?
how would Capcom even okay this?
Money?
I'm gonna keep going, man. So Leon is really a dumb, idiotic bitch in this fucking movie. Like he's screaming all the time. He's shooting, but he's not hitting anything. Aside, some exceptions like 2 zombies, I believe. What else? He doesn't know what's going on all the time. He doesn't know where everybody's going. Chief Irons fucking shouts at him because he's in a meeting. He's in a STARS meeting and he's not a STARS member. And, again, treats him like an idiot and supposed to be funny because, get out the fucking room, Leon. Like, you know what I mean? And, oh man, oh my god. So the problem is this actor actually wanted to be Leon, but his script doesn't want him to be Leon because that's not Leon. Like, whoever the fuck that is, I don't know who that is, but it's not Leon. Like, he's really dumb. So, yeah. It's really dumb, stupid, fucking hell. Like, every Leon fan would hate this fucking movie. That's all I'm gonna say. So, Jill Valentine. Oh, Jill Valentine. Jill Valentine's useless. She is literally throwaway in this movie. She is nothing in this movie. She's just a fucking relationship. Like, she's in a relationship with Wesker in this one. And after that, she's completely useless. Like, you can remove her from the movie and nothing changes aside from Wesker's single.
Damn.
Sounds like they really butchered this.
And all right, so there's no Mr. X, by the way. There's no Mr. X. There is a hint of Ada, like 1% hint of Ada, and it's basically after credits. Wesker is annoying as fuck. I hate this Wesker. This Wesker's so annoying. I hate him, and he only gets his shade on the post-credit scene. That's the only time he gets his shade. What else can I? You start the interesting part of the movie is the beginning where they show you Raccoon City before it became a zombie infested city. They show you Raccoon City like never before, and I appreciated that, to be honest, because I love Resident Evil Outbreak. And after that, they kind of overstayed its welcome because of Claire and Chris trying to figure out things. And they kind of overstayed its welcome because it's been 1 hour. I look at my watch and nothing happened. Nothing is still happening in the movie. It's still trying to build up the damn plot. and it was getting boring. Like, it was really getting boring. And then now, if you remember Resident Evil 1, they ran to the Spencer Mansion, right? Because they're being chased by dogs. And the helicopter crashed. Remember that? Anybody who played Resident Evil 1? Mm-hmm. And in this one, they just walked up to the mansion. They just walked towards that mansion and just entered the mansion. That's it. That's it. You see the Spencer Mansion stairs, accurately but small in scope. after that, the rooms become so dark because everything is so generic, and they didn't build anything Resident Evil anymore after that.
Wait. Were they even given a reason to go into the mansion?
It's Resident Evil 1 basically still. Oh yeah, this is the funny part, Kay. If you are not a fan, right? If you are not a fan,
I love
no.
Resident
I'm talking about other people.
Oh,
If somebody who is not a fan, if somebody was not a fan,
right.
sees this, let's just say this, they will not know what the fuck's going on. Basically, it's
Wait, they just roll up on the mansion without really, because like we in the games, like the helicopter, they had to go rescue the other team.
Yeah. No, not even Barry is in this movie.
But how am I gonna fucking forget Barry? Barry.
By the way, the worst. What's the worst sin, Kay?
What?
Barry is not in this movie, but they used the Jill Sandwich line.
How use the line
without Barry? I know. It's so fucking weird. Like, God,
like the betrayal from Barry.
It's so hard to talk about this movie. I'm talking about a really bad fan-made project or something. Man, it's hard. Again, that's so yeah, it's so garbage. Garbage, trash. Please burn it.
Okay.
If people enjoyed it, no, there's no Mr. X. No, Mr. X. Just Birkin.
The original Tyrant from the.
No, there's none. Not there as well. It's just Mr. Sorry, it's just Birkin, and a liquor, and zombies, and dogs, and the dogs. That's it.
Zombie dogs.
That's it. The zombie dogs, yeah. No Mr. X, no Mr. X, no Tyrant, no hunters, nothing. It's just
no giant plant, no giant shark.
No, nothing.
So you regret watching this then?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely, absolutely. Again, if you want to see it, just watch it free. I swear.
I don't want to see it. I'm good.
And now let's go to live action Cowboy Bebop. Oof, man, it's like two garbage shows in a row, man.
I don't like a lot of live action anime. Always rubs me up the wrong way anyway.
So this is I don't know who from y'all watched Cowboy Bebop, the original.
I remember seeing a bit of it when I was younger.
Okay.
I don't remember any of the plot or anything. I just remember it was like.
So I posted a couple of them, right? There are some really garbage lines in this show.
Yeah.
You remember the blackmail line, the you're black and you're male line?
Oh gosh.
Basically something like, Jet was the black guy and he said sounds like blackmail, and this woman basically responds because you're black and you're male, and who approved this? Who approved this? Bro, I remember the clip I shared in the chat a while ago, the one with the guy with the blue suit. Where
I'll be honest, I didn't watch it because I don't.
Oh my god, I don't.
My ears.
I cannot even say. It's hard to say the dialogue that they gave this guy. This guy is supposed to be Santiago from the Syndicate, which Vicious belongs to in Cowboy Bebop. And they're trying to find a way to make him threatening, right? Threatening and it's scary.
Yeah.
But they came up with the dumbest line that you can come up with to make someone scary. If I'm gonna tell you what I understood from the line, basically, Santiago eats balls, all right. The dialogue, the verbatim dialogue is, you don't know true power unless you eat the testicles of the man who wronged you. That was the exact dialogue. Yeah.
I'm sorry, but that's fucking stupid.
It is.
That
Like, you're
sounds
trying to make it parroting, but, basically,
gross.
bottom line eats balls. Eats a cannibal or something. I don't know.
It's
You
gross.
got it.
There you go.
So why is it
The action is
disconnect? What
horrendous.
happened?
The action is horrendous. It's slow. The action is so stiff and slow and garbage and yeah. The action scenes are boring. They're more boring than the other parts of the show. And the main villain of Cowboy Bebop was supposed to be vicious, and Spike's like lover. It's like a mystery in the anime. You don't really know a lot about him, like bits and pieces there, because Spike is like trying to conceal all of that. In the live action, you can see them in episode 2. Like, no mystery. Like, they just tell you who they are and where they come from, and basically they butchered both characters completely, personality wise. And Vicious became, instead of a badass from the anime, became really the most insufferable character in the anime.
What the hell?
One sec.
Oh, alright.
One second.
Okay. Omar, are we going to talk about the? Do you want me to talk about the sales figures?
The sale?
No, basically, again, guys, I mean, if you have Netflix, if you're interested, try it. But again, it's so garbage. The
No,
other one, the
after that
movie,
recommendation, I don't think I will do.
just watch the free. Yeah, download it free. And what else? Yeah, if you want to watch a good show, which I enjoyed, that's Arcane. That's Arcane. That was a good show.
Yeah, I heard that was good.
Yeah, that's it. That's my rant.
I'm gonna try Arcane. See how it is.
No, bro, I swear, Arcane is good. Love it.
Jody, you wanna talk about the sale? Go ahead, Russo.
So, we'll talk about the sales from Famitsu in Japan last week. Now, I tweeted about this, and the tweet kind of blew up a little bit because I think, even though I tried to explain in the tweet, maybe some people didn't understand the context. So, last week, these are the hardware figures for last week. I'll just give you the totals of family of systems. So, Nintendo Switch total is 168,000, and in my tweet, I said, Nintendo sent extra units to Japan for the launch of Pokemon Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl. So that was launching. So they sent a lot of extra units, over 100k. They sent to over 100k more units than usual. And the PS5 total, if you added up the regular edition with the digital edition, it came to 4.3 thousand. And the context I gave for that was that Sony had held back units for Black Friday in the US. Now, I got a lot of comments on this, and I wasn't able to reply to every single thing because I was a bit busy the day after I posted this. But one of the things that people said was, I'll tell you a couple of things that people said they were asking me about these sales figures. I was like, okay, this is a lot more Switch units than usual because of the launch of Pokemon, and Nintendo sent extra units, and there was also a special Switch Lite, I believe, a Pokemon Switch Lite, which bumped up those figures as well. And the OLED sold the most out of all of them. It sold about 68,000. And someone said, well, Black Friday is this week, and this sales figures from last week. I'm like, yes, but you have to plan in advance, and it takes time to ship units across the ocean. Okay, so they have to, in advance, keep back units to go to the US. Now, in my opinion, I think it's clear that Sony's prioritizing the US. This seems to be or the West in general. It seems to have been the trend, and I think they definitely would have wanted extra units in the US for Black Friday, Thanksgiving holiday weekend, which is obviously that's we kind of have Black Friday in the UK. It's kind of came here via way of Amazon, but this is a big thing in the US, and I think they wanted units there for that, and I think they're going to want extra units there over the holiday Christmas period, because I think that Sony is going to want to get an MPD win, or at least sell. They're fighting a battle with Xbox there, basically. So they're kind of like they're not prioritizing the Japan in terms of so people. Another thing that people said was oh well, there's a shortage, and that's why. Yes, there is a shortage, but in terms of the available units, Sony is given a very low allocation of available units to Japan. Okay, so they're not prioritizing them. So say there was 100 units available. Okay, so it's like Sony sending 95 units to the US and 5 units to Japan. They could maybe send 70 units to the US and 30 units to Japan. That's not what they're doing.
Correct.
Right? That's what I'm talking about, allocation of available units.
Correct.
Right. So they're prioritizing. Now, the reason for this huge, I was trying to explain the reason for this huge disparity, why it looks so bad this week, because you had 2 things happening at once. You had the launch of Pokemon Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl, which sold 1.3 million physical units, right?
Yeah.
And Nintendo wanted extra units there, obviously, for the launch of that game.
Seller.
It was huge, right? And you also had Sony, in general, prioritizing the West, and then especially so because of Black Friday. So you had, I mean, there was only, as you know, the Xbox doesn't sell very much in Japan, but there was only like 1K difference between Xbox and PS5 in Japan this week, which is kind of unprecedented. So in this tweet, believe it or not, I got accused of being a pony. I got accused of being a Nintendo fanboy, which is very interesting because I'm not a boy, so they don't even read anything. I got accused of not taking the scalping issue into consideration, which, okay, well, come on. You know, I talk about the scalping in Japan all the time. You know, I'm of the opinion that a lot of units are being scalped to neighboring countries like China, and people like Daniel Ahmad, the analyst, it has backed that up as well. There are units that are being scalped because the attach rate for physical software, PS5 software, is so low that if it would have to be less than one piece of physical software per PS5 disc version that's being sold in Japan, and which just doesn't make sense. So about half of them are probably being scalped. We don't know the figures, but people kind of got a bit worked up about this because I tweeted about it, but you know, I wanted to add a little bit of flavor. So I said, wow, Sony is getting annihilated in Japan. That was the thing I said, and then I said the thing about the units, and then I chose a amusing image, I feel, of like a giant sumo wrestler and a tiny sumo wrestler kind of superimposed, which I think I've done that picture on like Reset Era, and I just cracked up when I saw that. So I just think it's a funny picture, and I put that there, and I think people are, oh god, no, this is like, I didn't post it. It's not a thing. I'm just like, I'm posting. I talk about these sales figures all the time, but for most people, sales figures are kind of dry, right? So I was just trying to add a bit of flavor when I said that. Sony they are absolutely not prioritizing Japan. It's not their priority, and I can kind of understand the business logic. Okay, so you've got Sony. Their first party studios are almost Western focused with Western games, which sells proportionally a lot less in Japan. And if you're going to sell less of that software, and then also declining third party software and declining the console market, the stationary console market in general is declining, then you're probably going to want to put more units where more software is going to sell anyway. So yeah, so that's in my opinion, that's the reason for the huge disparity that we saw with the last week's sales. It will probably it'll be Switch sales will be less this week when we get the sales figures for this week. The Switch sales won't be quite as high as this. I think Nintendo wouldn't have sent as many units, but yeah, that's my opinion as to what is actually happened here and why there's just such a. I mean, it's normally there's a big gap. There's a gap anyway, but this gap was colossal. So I was like, "Yo!" When I saw it, I was like, "Yo, what the hell? What's going on?" So I tweeted about it, and people kind of had all sorts of opinions. But I'd like to hear the panel's opinions about this.
I'm gonna start
Anybody?
with.
Has everyone gone to sleep?
I'm going to start with Akira. I'm curious what you think about it. And after that, okay, no, wait.
Is he here?
First the panel, then the rest of, then Akira. Let me see.
I think he's taking a little break or something. I don't think he's here.
I'm gonna see.
No, I'm here. What's up?
Yeah,
you are here.
You're gonna be last, Akira. I'm curious. Blue.
Yeah.
What's your take?
I mean, what Jody explains makes perfect sense. So, what other take would there be than I totally agree. I mean, it's always there's always going to be fanboys accusing you of being a fanboy if you don't toe the line or agree with their narrative. But if you look at that, it makes perfect sense. I mean, this is basic, economics, basic business strategy, and it's totally in line with what Sony has been doing the last couple of years. I mean, they've focused more and more on the Western market, on the US. So, yeah, I don't see anything wrong with that assessment. So yeah, I'm sorry, Jody, didn't see any your tweet or anybody harassing you for it. Otherwise, I would have intervened there. But I mean, I totally agree with you. So I have nothing further to add.
Thank you very much, Blue. I did experience a little bit of pushback, and yeah, I got accused of being a pony and a Nintendo fanboy. So I don't know what the hell's going on. I just tweeted some sales figures, man.
Well, welcome to the crumb side.
Nate, what's your take?
Does anyone else want to speak about this topic?
No, I'm asking Nate, what's your take?
You talking about the sale?
Yeah.
I don't particularly have one on it, personally.
Gotcha.
Okay, no problem.
I'm pretty sure, Kay, you're on the same boat.
I was more so listening.
You know, I'm talking now to Kay.
Yeah.
You're in the same boat, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought so. No, Akira, your turn.
I'll be right back. Let me go to the bathroom.
So again, it's just the truth. Nintendo made a big splash again. Pokemon, as always, it's just the truth. If Sony, if they learn a lesson, is that do not ever engage while Switch is at an all-time high. It's not gonna end well. It's just the truth. The thing is, there's been this articles recently, by the way, that I've been reading that. This articles came back because they were not there before, but they came back about. I don't know if you've seen this, Jody, but PlayStation's abandoning Japan. You seen that? You seen articles like that recently?
I've seen various articles. I do have kind of. I mean, obviously the headlines are a bit hyperbolic, right? It's a bit clickbaity. I do have a problem with it because of the way. Well, maybe you can speak about it. I'm just saying, like, it's not that they're abandoning Japan; it's that they're not prioritizing Japan. Is what I would say.
Exactly. That's the correct way to say it. They're not abandoning Japan. they are not, let's say, prioritizing Japan anymore. To be honest with you, with the way Nintendo's been dominating things, in a business perspective, it's a good move. It's a good move because what PlayStation or Sony's prioritizing is, I'm sure Jody knows this by now, it's the global market. It's not. It's not a country specifically. It's not Japan or America only. It's a global market. Like for example, one of the strongest places for PlayStation right now, and I think Jody, you can support this, is Europe, right? Right, Jody,
That's
Europe,
correct.
right? One of their
Very,
strongest.
very.
Well,
It's pretty much quite dominant in Europe actually. Yeah.
yeah.
Switch is strong in some countries, but I would say PlayStation's stronger in more countries.
So again, Europe is one of their strongest countries. Yeah, let's just say, America's is all right. It's there. The strength's still there, right? But the thing is, that's the thing, man. There used to be a priority for specific places before, back then, PlayStation. But now, PlayStation, I think, or Sony start realizing that their market is just really global. Because if you look at their previous plans, there's so many emphasis that they want to expand globally. They want to expand this brand globally. This is the first time I've seen PlayStation really want to expand so much globally that they created that PlayStation Productions. Remember Uncharted, right? PlayStation Productions. They're using the PlayStation logo on there, right? Because they are really trying to expand and put this brand everywhere. It's not. That's the thing. I said this in my space before, where I said I don't think PlayStation is just stuck with a console anymore. I think it's more than that now. That's why they're trying to get more global market basically reach. Now this is the thing. They're not abandoning. They're just they're just trying to, like, let's say, divide and conquer for now. And of course, in any business, they would always go for where they're strongest first, right? That's always the first move. You go where you're strongest first, because that's where you get most fruits, basically, but most profit. That's like the idea. But that doesn't mean that they're gonna let's say, ignore the rest of the countries. Japan, for example. They're still gonna give support there. Again, I'm gonna keep being to people if people are refusing to hear it out. Kishiro Urata being hired as a senior vice president of one of their global departments, especially managing the Japan and Asia relations division. The one that's responsible for Japanese and Asian games. And Kishiro Urata's job, ever since he was a CEO from Capcom, is to bring Japanese games to the West and Western games to Japan. A lot of the Japanese games that you played, Karaba, Kishiro Urata had something to do with that. The reason why we were able to play it in the first place. And a lot of the Western games that was played in the other side is also Kishiro Urata. This man did so much for Japanese gaming industry. I'm going to tell you something. David Falcon, I'm pretty sure you know Joe. He's like a finance analyst, right? He said something that is really cool that I said is like the best way to explain to people how important Urata's let's say employment is for someone. So he said, Phil Spencer is seen as the hero of Xbox, kind of like, right? Savior of Xbox, right? Basically, he said Kishiro Urata for Japanese gaming is who Phil Spencer is to Xbox.
Is that right?
That man, it has been his job and passion has always been to bring games back and forth, worldwide. Japanese games to Western games to Japan, and again, I really thought Microsoft's gonna get this guy because they need that power urgently, right? But the fact that Sony already having some connection there still, and at the same time hiring this powerhouse of a person to lead their division for Japanese and Asian games, it's only a matter of time that we're going to get more. And again, Final Fantasy 16 being an exclusive is already a big deal, man. Like Final Fantasy 15 was a multi-plat.
So yeah, I agree with what you say, Akira. PlayStation is, in my opinion, is not the problem hasn't been lack of Japanese support or Asian developers. That's not an issue. They get everything that is not exclusive to Switch. Plus, they get stuff that's in Japan it's perceived as being exclusive, even though in the West we know it's not. Just because Xbox has almost no presence there and PC gaming small. So, for example, the Demon Slayer game, even though that isn't an exclusive to PlayStation, it's like a de facto exclusive in Japan just because of no Xbox presence, right? And even if it is available on Xbox, it's like a lot of titles would be digital only. So you go into the store and it just looks like Xbox almost has old games or almost no games, and people they don't stand there to read about Game Pass and all that. They just glance at it and they're just not interested. So that isn't the in my opinion, that's not the problem that PlayStation has with a lack of support. One of the comments I got on my tweet that someone said, they said they thought, oh well, this is going to result from less support from published like Sega, Capcom, Square Enix, and so on. And I said no, in my opinion, that it would not, because they have titles that very much sell globally as well, right? I said what could be a possibility would be much smaller developers. So if there's going to be any effect, it would be like really small developers that are, say they're making visual novels or so. There's a lot of visual novel developers, right? Things like that. So that's where you're likely to see effect, because most of their sales come from the Japanese market, and they're aiming for the Japanese market. The problem that PlayStation faces in Japan is in general there has been a decline in home console. So that just when I say home, I mean that's like a stationary console that you just plug in and it doesn't move and it has to be on mains power, right? Whereas the Switch is something that you can take out as well. So the problem is that there's in general there's been a decline in home console sales, and this is something that Nintendo experienced when they did have like the Wii U, which that really didn't.
It's a change in lifestyle. That's true. This is why you saw that patent recently, right? It's been retweeted everywhere, right? This PlayStation controller looking Switch. You saw that, right?
I actually didn't see it, Akira. I heard someone mention it. I think I might have seen it in our DMs or something, but I didn't have time to go and look at it. So can you describe it to me?
So basically, it's like a patent of it looks like a Switch, but with but the controllers looks like a PlayStation. That's kind of what it looks like. So the interesting part about this patent is it is targeted for gaming on the go, kind of like how the Switch does it, which is so interesting because it kind of like you can plug and play a PlayStation, right? But at the same time, you will have that device to to play basically game on the go, something like that. And the patent is kind of looking like a PS Vita 2 if you base it on concept. So now seeing this patent, which it's not really confirmed, but seeing the patent alone means that Sony's trying to explore options as well to expand. Again, the word expand, to expand the brand. Because Nintendo might still be a strong force, of course, but there's no doubt that, we underestimated the Steam Deck. Remember, we underestimated the Steam Deck, but it did well on its own, right?
I don't think we can judge because I don't think we can judge the Steam Deck yet.
Not yet, yeah.
Pre-orders, technically none of the pre-orders haven't been taken. What's been taken is like a reservation for a pre-order.
Yeah, that's true.
And it's not available via retail yet. So I would say we don't know, but there's a strong interest for that.
Yeah, that's what I meant. if there's a strong interest on the Steam Deck, despite of the Switch existing, and they don't really need to beat the Switch, they just need to make profits on their own. You know what I mean? Like they just need to make their own profits. They don't necessarily need to beat the Switch, and they need to appeal as well. Because, like I said, if this happens, it's going to be carrying the PlayStation brand because they want to expand the brand. Like I said, so if they do push forward with a patent like this, the portable gaming for PlayStation in modern era, with the power that they got right now, I think there will also be big interest with it, just like with the Steam Deck. That's what I think of it if it
I've got a
happens.
question. This device, is it like a thing that you clip onto a mobile phone, or does it have a screen or something like that?
It looks like, from the patent, it looks like this. It looks like it's a controller. The Switch has a screen in the middle, right? So just imagine a PlayStation controller, but in the middle there's a screen on it.
So it's like a Vita.
Yeah, kind of like a Vita, exactly. It's like a big Vita because it looked big, to be honest with you. It looked really big.
So it's not necessarily it's not necessarily a Vita successor in the sense that it's not like a. Is it gonna work with just like an Android phone or run using Android? Like that?
I think it can work with a PlayStation 5. Kind of like how the Switch is a kind of a plug and play thing as well for the TV. And then you can go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to ask: is it like streaming the game from the PlayStation 5?
Yeah, basically how the Switch did. The PlayStation 5 you can plug into the into the Switch. Sorry, the Switch you can plug into the TV, right?
It'd be really interesting if you could plug a Switch into a PlayStation.
And then no. The Switch you can plug it into a TV, right?
Yeah, if you can.
You can play on basically on the TV with the Switch. Then you can also put your the sticks, on the tiny screen, and you can play the game there as well without using the TV. And that's kind of like the idea with this one.
But so you can be streams though, because how else would it? How would it be playing?
Yeah, no, I don't know the specifics on this one right now, but I'm looking at the picture itself only. And again, it's a PlayStation 5 DualSense with a big screen in the middle. It really looks like it's kind of like a PS Vita successor with maybe remote play aspect, or if it's not remote play, I don't know if it's gonna get its own games or you can store the games themselves in this one. That's gonna be the interesting part, to be honest. But
that's what I'm wondering, because the application, it could potentially be it's going to stream games from the PlayStation, because the Vita could do that, right, with the PS4.
The Vita could do that, yeah.
So it could be like that, or it could be to play maybe native Android games, or maybe it's like a mixture of both. Even could even be
exactly
of both things.
So yeah, it's like the basic idea. It really looks like a PS Vita too. So. But by the way, this is just a patent. So basically, a patent is like Sony's exploring options on what to do with in their future tech. Let's call it that, right?
So hypothetically, if they did bring this device to market, So if they did bring this device to market, whether it was, let's just imagine it could like stream. Like there was a direct connection to a PlayStation. It wasn't just like an Android. It wasn't like a Razer Kishi or something like that, right? Just another third party peripheral. It was directly tied to PlayStation and could be used with the PlayStation 5. So let's just imagine that. In my opinion, even if they did that, I think they would still kind of have to treat it like it was. Not quite a Vita, but they would still need to be like specific. I think there would still need to be specific software to appeal to a handheld.
That's true.
That games that were still, because you can take one of the existing games, right, and stream it or play it, on a handheld device, like in a way you could have Vita. But those games are not necessarily designed for. They're designed to be you sit down and you're doing a long play session. Whereas if you're on the go, it's kind of like shorter play sessions, and maybe the game is a little bit different in some design aspects. So I think there would still need to be I feel like there would still need to be something drawing you to, or let's say, to make it something more than there's to make it from the difference between just a random peripheral, right? Because you can, as far as I know, you can currently stream games from PlayStation to like an iPad or something, right? You can currently do that.
Yeah,
that's
but
correct.
Again, but the idea again, the idea that they're exploring, gaming on the go, or it could be mobile gaming as well. It's possible. I mean, you remember that the guy that they hired for their mobile division? That guy is a big deal, by the way. If you remember who that was
No,
that was like the ex head of that Apple Play. Like he was like the head of the Apple Play Studios. Their game streaming for mobile.
Oh,
Apple?
Apple Arcade thingy.
Yeah, exactly. Apple Arcade. Yeah, the ex-head of that, they were able to hire that guy for their own mobile division.
For their mobile.
They were able to get this guy from Apple, and I think it's a really big deal that people are sleeping on when it comes to, the mobile side of, let's say, mobile side of Sony. That it seems like they really plan to expand on that as well as the console. And again, they want to expand the PlayStation brand. PlayStation is not a console alone anymore. It's going to be a lot of things. It's just going to be a gigantic brand, and I don't think it's really a bad thing as long as I get my console games. Yeah, that's all I think.
You're definitely going to get the games, and it's going to be very, very interesting to see the approach they can take with that, because, like as we're saying, there's many different approaches that could be. There's very many different directions that could be taken into, right? And it would be very interesting to see that if it does come to market, because we've no idea, right? If it does come to market,
exactly.
What angle they kind of go for would be very interesting.
I mean, think about it. They also have PSVR 2, in development. They're really thinking about a lot of let's say future-proof tech, if I can call it that way, right? It's like they're trying to expand the brand through software and hardware hand in hand. Is how I see it, to be honest, right now. Like they're not going for one direction. They're going for multiple directions, just like you said.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting, because if you, like, for example, because you kind of got me thinking now, because I'm thinking that the Switch and the kind of software that's being made for the Switch, but then I'm also thinking about Nintendo has made mobile games. They have mobile games right now, but they're either like haven't done that well, or they've just done okay. The only one that's really taken off is what's it called again? Fire Emblem Heroes or whatever. All the Pokemon games are all made by the Pokemon company, so they don't have anything to do with, like, Nintendo doesn't make those games. They just get some of the money. For it. So the games that Nintendo actually made themselves, for example, like they made an Animal Crossing game, Animal Crossing Pocket Camp. It's like a few years old now, that about 4 years old. That game did okay, and they kept adding more like monetization into it, right? But it didn't start getting more interest in that game until after New Horizons came out, and people are like, oh, let's have a look at the mobile game. And that's like the complete opposite of what Nintendo's trying to do. What they're trying to do is like put mobile games out of their brands to get people interested in the console games, right? I do remember hearing something about I read it somewhere that Sony wants to do something. So I know they've made mobile games of their console franchises before in the past, right?
Yeah.
But it's something they want to delve into more. And do more
something like that. Yeah.
So I know they've got what's that game? I always forget the name of that game. What's that game that they have that's really popular? That mobile game. I've forgotten.
Genshin Impact.
No, not Genshin Impact. No, the Sony game. The Sony game.
Oh, Sony.
Yeah, it's
wait, Sony on mobile?
Is it Grand Fate or something? Yeah. Grand Fate or something.
Fate
Yeah.
something.
Fate something. So
Yeah,
they
yeah.
have that game. They have that game, and they have that. But that's like quite separate from their console games, right? And they have had a few like crossover games, but they want to lean into that more and expand the IP, and that's also why they're doing the TV shows, and I think they're doing films.
Again, Sony Sony's very unpredictable right now. Like I'm not completely seeing what they're doing because they're very discreet about it. If you notice, like they're very very discreet about it. A lot of the rumors come wrong when it comes to them because nobody can get it right when it comes to Sony. So they're very unpredictable right now. I'm also been keeping my eye on their studios that they require. They're growing fast. Did you see Fire Sprite recently?
Yeah,
Fire Sprite
Used to be one of those partnerships.
They used to be. They used to be 260, I believe, when they got acquired. 250 developers, and now they just hired so many people. And you saw all the posts, right? I think they reached 350 now. They're growing.
I didn't say that.
Many, but they hired a lot of people. I'm seeing.
They're growing fast. Fire Sprite is growing extremely fast, and I think it's going to be the same for for some of the, let's say, developers that they acquired. It's true that Sony's not done with acquisitions yet. Again, Sony's interested in Asia. They already showed interest in China. Next one is South Korea. They've been interested in 4 different studios recently, which is what do you call this? Shift Up, Project Eve, as you know. NeoWiz, the developer of, remember that Pinocchio Bloodborne game?
Yeah, I see
the Pinocchio Bloodborne. Yeah, NeoWiz, they're interested in that studio. Iggy Mob, the developers of Gungrave Gore, and the developers of Little Devil Inside is also South Korean. I just found out, by the way. I just found that out.
Are they South Korean?
I have a question.
They're South Korean, yes. They're South Korean.
I had no idea.
Yeah. I also had no idea, but I knew about it because I researched about the studios that Sony are interested in South Korea, right? And I saw that name, and I researched, what the hell is this? And then I saw as a developer of Little Devil Inside. And they're for South Korea, yeah.
After Omar, I was going to say something.
I have a question.
Yeah, go ahead, Omar. Go ahead.
Shout out to Wally and his cast. I read one of his topics is PlayStation is not interested in buying publishers. Where did he get that? Because I did.
So this is the thing, man. Like, first of all, I talked about this before because of Japanese philosophy of business. I really don't see Sony buying a publisher at all. Like, for example, I'm gonna give you an example, man. I would rather believe Sony buying 10 studios than buying a publisher with 10 studios. You know what I mean? I would rather believe they would go for studios because if you think about it, it's like Fire Sprite, man. Even if Fire Sprite is not somebody that they worked with before, but they knew them before already, it kind of goes under organic growth because they're still nurturing those studios, right? And they don't now. One of the reasons as well is they don't really need to buy a publisher because they're a publisher themselves. So all they need is the studios, really.
Exactly.
All they need is the studios.
The thing is, when you buy a publisher, you're buying So if Sony bought a publisher, you've got a publishing arm, you've got studios, but you've got a publishing arm. Well, what do? You don't need it because you're already a publisher, so you just have to just fire all those people. Whereas when you saw Microsoft buy Bethesda, right? Normally that's what you'd do. You would just like, right, we have to get rid of the publishing arm and just all these people have to be fired. Microsoft didn't do that. What they did is they kept Bethesda as semi-autonomous, right? So they kept their own publishing arm and they will still publish their games themselves.
Own games, yeah.
So that's how they solved that problem. But Microsoft is a company that can afford to do that, quite frankly, because they're just so rich. They can, we'll just keep them. We'll just keep all the, because you've got to pay all those people. You've got all the overheads. It's a lot of money. And there is the business etiquette and business practices that you've spoken of about. Japanese companies not wanting to screw each other over, but also there's the actual laws, the antitrust laws that are really strong Japan.
You cannot just buy someone and fire all these people for no reason. That's not gonna work here.
Because that's what you'd have to do.
It's not gonna work here.
If Sony buys a publisher, a Japanese well, any publisher, but let's just say it's a Japanese publisher, right? You have to fire all those people. So that's just not gonna go. That's just not gonna fly with the Japanese government.
Because you cannot force people into jobs that they didn't do before. Because if you want to keep those people, you're gonna put them on jobs that again they're inexperienced, that they never done before. For example, you buy someone like Capcom, right? And Capcom had, for example, Sony doesn't want anything to do with Nintendo. So those developers who only worked on Nintendo's games are going to get transfers into different departments where they don't have experience in. So either they might leave or they might have really not a reason anymore, and that's like a way of screwing someone over, in a job. And it's kind of like taking a job away as well, almost like getting fired. And it's just not going to fly here. It's not going to work here, and it's not it's not part of the philosophy. That's why I don't see Sony buying a publisher. I would rather believe they would buy 10 studios instead of a publisher with 10 studios. Like I said, if Sony started buying 10 studios, I would not even be surprised. That's all I'm going to tell you, because there's a content war. It's just true. There's so many players in this war now. Not only Microsoft, it used to be Microsoft, Sony, and Nintendo, right? Dude, Netflix is joining the fray. Google, Amazon are joining the fray. NetEase, Tencent, NetEase, Tencent are joining the fray. It's a massive content war, and it's kind of not really. I really hate to say necessity, but at the same time, if they want more content as well that they can nurture in that way, yes, it would be necessary to get some. But Sony's still doing the way they want to do, which is to build relationships first, because there's a difference between building partnerships with a company and building partnerships with the people, right?
Exactly. Yes.
And Sony is more about building partnerships with the people, not the company. It's the people. That's why when you see these acquisitions from Bluepoint and Housemarque and Firesprite, you will notice that it's about the people that they're trying to make a partnership with, not the company themselves, because they're highlighting the people themselves. And there's a massive difference in that, which is why a lot of people complain about that the Sony's a bit slow when it comes to acquiring people. But it's the problem. They're trying to make a relationship with the people, and that takes time. Yeah, which is why Ember Lab is actually not very impassable, because they knew these people and they're happy about them. You saw Shuei Yoshida's tweet. They're very happy about them, and it's not impossible anymore that they get to work with XDev, for example, or they acquire them completely. That's also one possible outcome. The Seafood developers, Slow Clap, there's also a possibility in the future that, for example, Seafood as well, they're going to be happy about them, and it's going to be XDev, or again, build a relationship with the people. So that's the main difference why they're so slow at this. They are trying to build relationships with the people. I keep saying Shift Up, the Project Eve developers, dude, they got like 260 PS5s for those employees.
I have a question.
Remember that, Jody? 260 PS5s.
Yeah, that's right.
Listen.
Yeah. Oh, hang on, Omar, we're talking. Come on, man.
No, sorry.
I still have a question about that.
Oh, sorry, alright. Yeah, no, it's all good, go ahead.
You still haven't answered the question. From where did he get that comment? An opinion of his, or is it an article? That's what I'm curious about.
It's no. It's not an article. It's not really an opinion, but it's more of me. Let's say I keep on reading interviews from Herman Hulse, because when it comes to acquisitions and partnerships, he's kind of like the main guy. It's not really Jim Ryan. Let's be honest about that. So when I read about what Herman Hulse says when it comes to partnerships and relationships and the people that they're working with, it's so obvious that it's the people that they're building a relationship with. It's not the company. Like if you just check some interviews or read some interviews with Herman Hulse, it is so clear they're not interested in getting a publisher at all. It's studios that they want. It's talent. It's the people. Even if you think about it, Bluepoint, Housemarque, and Firesprite. If you think about it, these three don't really have their own IP, except Housemarque, I believe, have their own. But Firesprite and Bluepoint does not really have their own IP. If you think about it, right? But Firesprite has no IP.
What did they make before? What did they work
Fire
on?
Sprite used to make VR games. VR.
Oh,
VR. So there's the thing. They got them for talent, and they built relationships with these people. Because if you remember Blue Point's announcement, it was so clear it's the people. Like the way they announced Blue Point was, you can actually see that they had a relationship, with the people. They're not talking about Blue Point. They're talking about the people within Blue Point. And again, man, if you're gonna buy a publisher, you're not making a relationship with the people that way. You're
you just
making a
find
relationship with a company.
exactly, and the thing is that when you if as you say, we talk about the relationship with the people, right? Because you buy a
Yeah.
publisher, like we said, you have to seriously restructure that company and fire a load of people and restructure,
Yeah,
because like
yeah.
you said, they're not going to be working on certain hardware. They were multi-platform. You got to do this, and then inevitably you're going to get people leaving you. That's gonna affect morale, and if you get people leaving and so on, it's like the people are the company, the talent. You're talking about
Yeah.
a creative industry where it's the talent that are doing these games, and if they leave, what have you bought?
So Karaba, so yeah, it's not an article, it's not a rumor, it's not no anything. It's just me. It's just me analyzing the interviews, the words, the plans of Sony. They did this presentation with their plans on it. With the China, with VR, with the movie, with the PlayStation productions and all that. And again, seeing all their plans is so obvious. They just want studios. All they
But
want is studios and talent, and they just wanna build relationships with these people.
I
And
would.
and again, as much as a lot of people hate Jim Ryan, like in gaming community, developers who got to work with Jim Ryan actually likes this guy so much. Like so many developers said something like uh say something like Jim Ryan always got your back, something like that, right? That's how you build a relationship with people. You always got their back, and they got your back. And PlayStation Studios, by the way, if you got into PlayStation Studios, they got support all throughout. Like they got support from the other PlayStation Studios. They get support from PlayStation Visual Arts. They get support here and there. It's so many support when you enter PlayStation Studio, because again, you're trying to make a relationship with the people, and the only way to do that, when you get them into the family, to be able to make games when you get into it, and you don't need to restructure anything, if you buy a publisher. So again, every plan that I've seen, every interview, it's so obvious they want the studio. Even the rumors themselves, it's so obvious that it's always the studios that they're talking about. Again, I'm gonna go on a limb that I think seafood developers, Slow Clap, might be in the same boat like Ember Lab, where they make PlayStation happy, just like Shuei said. And they're gonna be making another game, and might be ex-dev, or again they might get required sometime after making a proper relationship. There's one more, Arrowhead, Helldivers developer. Do you remember them?
No, Arrow.
Okay, they're developers of Helldivers, and they also have a relationship with PlayStation. Let's just say it like that. And
I don't even
and
know
again,
what Helldivers is.
I've been seeing again. This is the relationship with the people. Shift up again, man. You don't give 260 PS5s just for the sake of it, man. This is not how this
Well,
shit works.
Okay.
they didn't give them. They were paid
No,
for.
they were able to provide. Sorry, provide.
Yeah,
Provide. Yeah,
provide them.
provide. Yeah.
That's the relationship. That I have a question. Going back to something you said.
Yeah.
You said about South Korean and Chinese studios. I have a question because I actually don't know this. When it comes to acquiring, is it even possible to acquire a Chinese? Just hypothetically, is it possible to acquire a Chinese studio?
So you know what, the Chinese studio, I to be honest with you, when it comes to acquisition, I really don't believe that Sony would acquire a Chinese studio, because there are really strict laws in China.
Yeah, that's what I was
Really,
thinking.
really
right?
strict laws. South Korean is more on the realm of possibility. We're gonna be honest with each other. It's more on the realm of possibility because they're not that strict, if you think about it. So I think when it comes to China, it's gonna be remaining like a China Hero Project kind of thing. Lost
Yeah.
Aside, Fist,
Yeah.
technically they're still exclusives. You think about it, they're still PlayStation exclusives. It's just that they're not acquired; they're partnered. You know, they're
There's just
partnered.
going to be like there's going to be partnerships. Yeah, because
Yeah.
I was just because I know. Yeah, because it's very strange because in order for I know that in order for Sony and Nintendo to sell their consoles there, they have to like partner with a Chinese
Which is why they
company or something like that, right?
which is why they made they made bank in China. You saw the plants, right? They made real success
The
in
plant.
China. They want to keep on going for that, right? They're the first PlayStation 5 is the first console to break a record in China. First one. The very first one.
Yeah, I'm kind of maybe I'm a little bit more cautious of you just because the console market's pretty small in China. So I think
I get exactly. No. That's the thing.
They're doing well for consoles. Let's say that, but it's still.
No. I mean, you consider it like this. China is a very big country with a big population. Sorry. Good. China is a very big. Sorry, go ahead.
Enjoy yourselves and go to
no,
bed.
thank you.
Right.
So if you think about it, China is a very big population with, a country with a very big population. Let's just say that, right?
We bless. Hold on. We bless.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Consoles has been banned for China for 14 years.
Yeah, it's banned for 14 years.
And then, they were allowed again, and kind of like, let's just say there were some consoles already who tried, but PlayStation 5 is the first breakthrough. That, like, even if it's 1% of the whole market, it's still big because it's China. Like, that's what I think of it. That's why if Sony says it's a huge success,
well, they would say that, wouldn't they?
They did say it. They if you remember the plans with the slideshow, they had the reportings. What do you call them again?
Was that not a
quarter reporting?
Yeah, but that's a presentation to the investors. Of course, they're going to say it was a huge success.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just using their words. I cannot use any other words aside from their words. That's what I meant.
Yeah, sure. In China, it's like mobile and PC is the biggest thing, just because consoles were banned for so long.
Yeah, exactly.
They're selling well, but it's like relative to being consoles, basically. And console it's a very small percentage of the gaming market. There, it's tiny.
I think, but the thing is, Sony still plans to pursue this market. The fact that they're trying that they want to pursue it more is, I think there is a good start. That's kind of like how I read it when I saw the presentation. It's like there's a good start. They want to pursue it more and make more partnerships. China Hero Project and Lost Soul aside is not really released yet, which is arguably their biggest Chinese exclusive game. If you think about it, and again, South Korea is not in the realm of it's not that impossible because their laws is not as strict as China. And for example, again, the studios that I mentioned, like NeoWiz, Shift Up, which is again that I'm sure they're already trying to build a relationship with them. Igimob is the developers from Gungrave Gore. They have the ex-Japanese developers from the original Gungrave in the PlayStation 2. And they have Ikumi Nakamura worked with them before on the designs of the game, basically.
So, Akira, I just would like to really, because you're getting very excited, but I think you really need to put it in perspective, like how tiny the console market is. I have the actual figure now. So the global this is from Daniel Ahmad, who's a senior analyst at Nico Partners, right? So for the global market, the console is huge, roughly like 30% revenue, but in China, it's only 1%.
Yeah, 1% is a start. Like I said, they used to have no percent at all because of how, let's say, niche, non-existing consoles are, basically.
Okay.
That's what I'm trying to say. Look, it's a start because it's still,
As much as I'm enjoying the conversation, I truly am. I really need to move to the next topic because at some point we need to say goodbye to the conversation. But we're
No, it's all
definitely
good.
gonna revisit that. Like, this is
I
truly
can,
an interesting conversation. It's just,
for
I
sure.
still have two topics I want to touch upon and then call it a day. Nate, you here? No. Okay, so who knows what happened with Halo Infinite and the review for it?
I
With
Oh yeah, I do. I know a little bit.
Okay, because I need the full truth, not full truth. I need the full story. I don't want some fanboy shit. I want to understand it from all the way through so I can make my own judgment on it. Because from what I have heard, that's absolutely unacceptable. But who can tell me about it? Go ahead, Jody.
I can, but just quickly before I say that, Game in Despair says you sound like you're miles away. You sound a little bit echoey, I think.
Okay, so then here, I move closer. He can now eat a candy.
Yeah, that
That should be enough.
that's a bit. Now, I would like to preface this by saying I'm not a Halo player. I'm not a Halo fan. I'm
No, this
just
is
going
this
on.
is not about Halo. This is about practice around the review of Halo. Nothing
Sorry,
else.
did you say review or reveal?
No. I'm talking about the IGN debacle.
Oh, so hang on. Did they review the multiplayer? Is that what
Yeah,
we're
they
talking about?
review. So from what
IGN,
I've
and they gave it a
so
9, right?
yeah, so from what I've understood, she said names like this is literally the Halo 3 all over again or something. So from my understanding,
Okay.
I've not done too much research on this. That's an L on me. But again, I had my tooth removed, so sue me, I guess. Um, she put out a review.
Yeah, I'm looking at it now.
And shout out to King Trash because he is the one that did his research on this, and he came to the conclusion that not only did she not play Halo, she is not a Halo fan to begin with.
I
So when she reviewed the game, she used someone else's word. So let's say someone else said this is classic Halo and this feels like Halo 3 all over again. She said that, yet she
so
is not the person that played Halo 3 or know anything about Halo 3.
so how do you? Right. Okay. So this article I'm looking at now written by someone called Stella Chung. So you're saying she wrote this, but she did not play.
Yep, basically.
That she didn't
Someone
play.
else, someone
That
else played it, and she think by being what's called upfront and coming about it that it's gonna be okay. Absolutely not.
So sorry. You're saying she didn't play Halo Infinite?
No, she didn't. Okay, so from my understanding, she didn't play Halo 3. So here's the,
Okay.
she played a little bit of Halo Infinite, but she
Yes,
never played Halo 3.
So at the
Yet
time
she,
this article was written, she said she's played 20 hours of Halo Infinite. I'm sorry, Emma. I don't. Even if she didn't play Halo 3, I'm not really sure why that doesn't mean she
because
can't write this review.
she commented on Halo 3. How can she know how the game in Halo 3 is if she never played Halo? She said Halo Infinite feels like Halo 3.
So how do you know she didn't play Halo 3?
Exactly.
Well, no, I'm asking you because you're making that claim.
I'm not me.
Or you said someone else made that claim.
Yeah. She even came out up front and said that she never played Halo 3, and if you looked at her game card, she never touched Halo 3.
So so she said that somewhere on Twitter or somewhere she said she didn't play it?
Yeah. So she said it's basically someone else fed her that line, and she just used it.
So that's in writing somewhere she said that.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
So somewhere it's written or recorded that she said, "I did not play Halo 3. Someone else played it, and I used their line in my article." She actually said that.
That's what I read. Yeah. I think she even put out a tweet saying how she upfront and coming about it and stuff like that because she got harassed, which absolutely you should never harass a person. But at the same time, as much as what she did, and here's my biggest issue with she used someone else was not her own. That's basically like how you gonna trust a person about a review if you making a comparison to a game you never played.
Okay, but that would, I don't understand, because that would be like, right understanding, that's kind of like plagiarism if you're saying that, which is,
It's not plagiarism. That's what I thought about. I'm with you. I truly thought about it like that. But it's not plagiarism because it's from the same company.
no, even if it's from the same company, it'd be if you're
It's like her college or something like that.
so okay. Can you? So I don't know if I'm really fully understanding this what the
Okay,
issue
so
is.
here, let me give it you an example, an full explanation. She played 20 hours of Halo Infinite, yeah?
Right.
And
Yeah.
she commented about how Halo Infinite feels like Halo 3 all over again, or something in that vicinity.
I'm trying to find that in the article, like doing finding page, and I can't find it. Where that is, I don't know which section it's in. You'd have to tell me.
I really wish someone like WAP or something like that was there. Okay, so I'm gonna actually skip this topic and move it to next week. I'm gonna do more research on this so I can be fully prepared for this one. Cause I think, and that's just my opinion. Yeah, Chris Righteous, you was in that conversation. Can you jump in?
Because I'm trying to find it and I can't.
Because maybe you can explain it better than me. Because you was in that space with Crash. Can you jump in real quick?
If you just look at this article, Omar, and then do finding page Halo 3, it doesn't even come up in the article. It's only in one of the comments that's underneath. So I can't see anything about Halo 3 in this article.
Maybe Chris can explain it. Chris, can you join or no?
Maybe he's a bit busy. Maybe. Oh, there's like a 20-second delay anyway. So.
Oh yeah, there's always that 20
You put
delay.
IGN.
I always forget. I always have forget that delay.
Well, here's the thing, right? That topic aside, I can't comment on it generally, and just to say that they gave Halo Infinite the multiplayer, because obviously the campaign portion isn't out yet. They gave it a 9, but
I think he joined.
He did. But it's a first of all, it's a beta. That's the first thing. The other thing is, who gives a fuck if they gave it a 9? It's subjective whether.
No. We are. No one said anything about the 9.
So okay, so your issue isn't about the score. Your issue is about that she's saying she played Halo. I can't find that in this thing where she's saying about Halo 3.
Let's see if Chris Ratchet can explain it. Can you explain it, Chris?
No, because I don't really care about IGN and any other reviews.
There you go.
As far as no, I mean I was in the space that Thrash was doing, but not because of what's her name? Whoever the reviewer is, right? I think her name is like Stella or some shit like that.
Yeah, Stella something. Yeah.
By the way, I think we should say no shots to Stella. Okay, that basically that this should you can say you disagree with that article, but don't nothing personal or anything like that.
Yeah, I mean I'm never gonna attack somebody over their gaming opinions and whatnot. I didn't watch the review at all. because I'm not playing Halo. I don't plan to play Halo. I don't care about Halo.
Oh, you
So
don't.
I didn't. Yeah, I don't give a shit about Halo. I'm not a Halo person, and I'm not knocking Halo. I respect Halo as a franchise and what it's brought to gaming. I used to play Halo, on the Xbox, but not really anymore. Um, as far as her, I seen the whole thing that she was saying that it feels like classic Halo, but she's never really played the older
Oh,
Halos. I
classic. I
think
thought
that's
she said classic Halo. Okay, I'm gonna look for that then.
yeah, or something like that. I don't know, mate. I don't know what the whole deal is, but I don't really yeah, I mean, I don't really watch IGN like that. I don't really care about the reviews or I feel like a lot of IGN employees or reviewers I don't relate to at all when it comes to gaming. In terms of their taste and what their like and taste and shit like that. I mean, we just had a reviewer the other week um completely complain about Shin Megami Tensei 5 that is not like Persona. You know,
Oh,
and
okay, it
the whole
started on that. Persona without the
yeah,
heart, they said. Yeah.
Persona without the heart.
Which is,
And
can you just review a game and not review it with a checklist against another game? Like, come on.
yeah, Persona without the heart. So I don't know. So they decided to take a fart.
Mm.
I don't know Persona on Shin Megami Tensei 5, but I don't know. I don't give a shit. Oh my, really, I really don't give a shit.
Right, as Chris, as you don't give a shit, what I'll do is what I did a finding page for the article. The written article is on their website. Okay, so they have the video article is just the same as this written article, right? That's the way they do it. And so there's two results for classic. So I can tell you what I can tell you what it says. It says something you can always count on though is the classic Halo grenade plays, calculating the timing on a grenade throw and counting the bounces before it goes off and kills an enemy is one of the most rewarding experiences in Infinite's multiplayer. And then she talks on a bit more like that. And then in the verdict, the word classic is there again. I'll have to cut it down a little bit though. Halo Infinite has been one of the most anticipated games out there since it was first announced 3 years ago, and for its multiplayer component to fully deliver on the series' classic feel while keeping up with the modern day competition in the FPS genre is a huge achievement. So those are the two results for classic. That's all it says. So that's all I can find in this article.
Yeah, see, I don't know. I know some people just took that and completely ran with it. Like I said, I just saw some of the outrage, I guess, on Twitter. I wasn't really outraged. I don't think it was outrage at all. It was just,
It's not
uh,
outrage. It was more like holding companies accountable, basically.
So
yeah,
here's
the IGN has been fucking compromised for a long time now. Like they
Yeah,
had
but
driving, they had, you know,
but
I just don't.
here's the thing, Chris. Like you brought up that the SMT5 review, which was a bad review, and I think that you can criticize the article for making a comparison with a checklist against Persona 5. But what actually did happen with that is that reviewer actually got a fuck ton of abuse held at her, including a lot of transphobic abuse. So
Yeah,
like
yeah,
that's the thing
yeah.
when we're talking about these articles and like talking the reviewer like criticize. And I just based on what I haven't read this article properly because obviously I'm talking on the show, but
we're gonna.
just by looking at classic and what she's written here, I don't have any problem with that. Saying it has a classic Halo feel. I don't see what I actually don't see what the problem is.
Even if she
I
never
think
played Halo to begin with, the first Halo.
she doesn't need to have played the very first Halo. She's probably played some of the other Halos at some point.
How?
How do you know she hasn't?
How do you know what a classic Halo is if you never played a classic Halo to begin with?
Does she say I have never played classic? Even if she hasn't played it, she can say it's got a classic feel. That's not.
It how? It's
I
like
don't
me
know.
No,
say
she
no.
did. Okay,
It's
so
like
I remember there's there was a Twitter post because she was responding to that Sony Prophet dude, which he's
yeah,
a
fuck
fucking
him.
Yeah,
Don't
fuck
call
him.
a woman a bitch.
Yeah, he's a complete asshole. But she was
Oh.
responding to him, and I think she said something about like, well, the whole classic feel of what she said. She said that she got it from her colleagues that were telling her it was like classic Halo or had that classic feel or something like that.
I
So
mean,
I don't know. I don't
I'd
know.
have to see that. I'd have to see the tweet and the context and whatever. But even with that information, even if that's correct, I still don't have a problem with this, Omar. I'm afraid. I think a lot of people are pissed just because this is a 9. If they'd have given this a 7.5 and this article's identical and everywhere, I don't think anyone would be talking about this.
That's what you need to do to put console war aside. This is not console war. This is literally about IGN acting like they did this with the whole Philip Minchen and they fired us. Yet with this
Say that
one it's
again, please.
okay. They did that with this whole dude that plagiarized a game, a review, and they fired him.
Yeah,
Okay,
Philip
it was
Mason.
Philip
Yeah,
Mason, but that
yeah.
that
But
was years ago,
that's a
and
different
B
situation.
that was a different situation. That guy was
Yeah.
just a serial plagiarist. That he'd done stuff even before he'd joined IGN. It was an issue with that guy. I wouldn't put that on IGN. What he did, if you actually saw that whole thing, how that played out, and I saw exactly how that played out at that time. That it was honestly that guy being a serial
Yeah, no,
plagiarist.
I'm not putting it on IGN. I'm just saying they fired him exactly.
They fired him
So
because
I
he was
am
a plagiarist.
expecting. So you would expect some consequences for her actions. Like again,
Yeah, but
how
this is
you?
plagiarism, Omar.
No, it's not plagiarism, but it's still something that she never played, and she's talking about it. That's basically what it is.
She just says it has a classic feel. She's not even referring to any specific games. She's not saying, "Oh, this is like in Halo 1 when blah 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 blah." She just says classic feel. She says it has a classic feel while keeping up with the modern day competition in the FPS genre. Honestly, I don't have a problem with that.
Okay,
I don't see why you're so pissed. This
okay.
the article.
Yeah, like I said, I don't really care about Halo or Halo Infinite, so I don't really care about what the reviews
See,
says at all.
I
No,
thought what you was going to talk about
I
was the
don't care about Halo
microtransactions.
Infinite as well, which is why I didn't cover the whole microtransaction and look and stuff like that. Like I don't care, you do you. But
Like,
I am focusing on IGN specifically. I focused on
I,
IGN when they said that whole thing with comparing Shin Megami Tensei to
okay, so you
Persona
did talk
5.
about that article was way more egregious than this one. Honestly, way
Yeah,
more
and
egregious.
I focused on that. But we're gonna move on. I wanna give an L out.
Hmm.
Normally you give a person a shout out,
Oh my god,
but
who's getting
now
it
I'm
now?
gonna give that person an L out. This is Imran Khan.
Uh,
Okay.
His
Imran,
his tweet is
man.
the
Can't be
definition of
returnal.
gaming journalist at its finest.
hmm.
Let me start. I may be reaching a point in Returnal where I am bored by the loop. I am not getting any stronger. I am getting more frustrated by individual rooms that screw me over and inexplicable weapon drop. Stop giving me sidearms and might just call it a good. Uh,
Hmm.
Sadly, I can't read further because he put his either tweeted on private or he uh, deleted that tweet because let me see.
He's
Oh,
wearing
here's
tight
it.
pants. He's a free ball. Nah.
He got destroyed by the people.
So he said to summarize, he got to a point in the game where he wasn't feel like he was getting rewarding weapons or more powerful weapons, and
No, he was
what did
not being able to. Uh, why can't I not read the finally? Okay, I might just call it good and be done with it. Yeah, finally. So everyone called him out on it.
what
Uh,
what did they say?
well, he is not playing the game correctly. When the point of Returnal, if you played Returnal, is to understand enemy patterns, is to play slowly, and the drop is random, that for sure, but you can make do with it. Like, you can learn yourself to play good with any weapon. Every weapon is great in Returnal. It's just about you and your preference. But he's clearly not being know how to play the game.
Bro,
But he's
I literally got two clips on Twitter, right, of Returnal, of the second boss, right, the one in the Crimson Waste. I beat him with just a pistol, and I beat the third boss Nemesis with just a
exactly,
pistol.
exactly like here. I beat every bot with the 30 pistol. You're simply not making use of everything each level gives you. This isn't as much of a dice roll as many people make it out to be. I wholeheartedly agree. This this dude got destroyed on Twitter so bad he started blocking people.
So, well, okay, were people being abusive? I mean, that
No, get good. Uh, the definition of gaming journalist at its finest.
people was just saying get good.
No one attacked him. They just call it what it is, which is he sucks at Returnal. Point and blank. Period.
So I haven't played Returnal. It looks like a game that would be. Well, there's a couple of things I haven't played. A, it looks like it would be a game that would be too difficult for me, and B, I don't know if you know about. Well, you must know, Omar, because you live in Europe. You know how much they've raised the prices by, right?
Yeah,
It's like they
yeah.
raised the
Now
prices by 30%.
now I'm buying games for
Yeah.
80. Yeah.
So it's not just like it's not for us. It's not just like $10. It's like $30 they've raised it by if you do the conversion. So
Yeah, it's real bad. Yeah.
at that point, it's like it'd be $90 for you, Chris. Basically, that's the equivalent price. So it's like it's really expensive. So that's one of the reasons why I didn't buy that game. So I can't speak to it from direct experience. I have watched it being played, and it looks a very challenging game. And it's a game where you're supposed to die over and over, right?
Did you play?
Yeah, it is.
Wait a second. Did you play Nier Automata?
Me?
Yeah.
No,
I haven't, no, but I know what you mean, that with the
with the bullet hell, yeah,
the bullet hell,
Returnal is challenging. It has a challenge, right? But from what you explained to me, Jody, about like your conditions, right, with like the reactionary, like the quick moving and stuff like that, how you really can't, because what do you say, your hands or something like that.
It's my reaction time on my hands and stuff. Yeah.
I think Returnal will probably be a little bit too difficult for you because you really need to like move around as quickly as possible in that game.
I beat Returnal at 30 FPS twice. So the game is not hard. You just need to be a gamer. What?
Maybe I'm not a gamer.
Here. I have a
quick movement.
Yeah, I have a tweet. It's almost like a mini DM from a girl I follow on Twitter. Her name on Twitter is Whitney Vision. She also have a Twitch. I'm gonna link it up, put it on chat as well. And here it is. I got Returnal on a whim, cause I thought it looked cool. I knew nothing about the genre and had never experienced a roguelike game, and didn't even know what that truly meant. Had a PlayStation voucher, so bought it. I also ignored the fact that people were calling it a horror game, which is a big no for me as I hate horror. Oh yeah, if you played the Returnal, the house sequence, dude. You played it, you know, Chris. The house sequence was eerie as fuck, right?
Yeah. No, Returnal is absolutely amazing. Is one of my game of the years.
Yeah, my game of the year.
Yeah,
Um,
that and SMT5 are both
yeah.
my game of the year. But Returnal left a hell of a fucking impression. It was awesome, man. I
Mm-hmm.
really enjoyed it. At the end, the story, the story was cool all the way up until the end.
Oh
What do you
no.
mean by the end?
uh, because the whole open for
Yeah, it's mindfuck.
interpretation.
It's mindfuckery. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, it is. But
Oh
I
no.
have my
No.
own.
No. I want to play it.
I have my own interpretations that, for me personally, is the best interpretations out of everybody else's theories. But there is a general consensus about what it all actually means, and to me, I don't really like that general consensus. I like my own theories better. So.
Mm-hmm. Well, we're gonna talk about it with the DLC. Maybe they're gonna add finally additional story. We will see.
Is it gonna be DLC?
Yeah, we're gonna talk about it.
Well,
So I'm gonna continue.
Housemarque are kind of teasing new content for it, but
Yeah,
we don't actually know what it is.
Oh
yeah.
really?
So continue with Whitney's story. When I started playing, I honestly would scream at every jump scare, run away from enemies, and get so annoyed when I would die at the same boss after 2 hours of gameplay. Lost in seconds. For the second biome, I even took breaks because the game rattled me. It was only when I watched a few people play and put more time into that I got better. Look like, yeah, basically you need to start to learn how to play the game. Basically like Death Stranding. If you play Death Stranding like any other game, you're not gonna have fun with it. And then she said, and progressed and felt accomplished. The story and the mystery of it hooked me up. But my point is, even if I didn't do any of those things and gave up on the game, I wouldn't sit and criticize it and say it's a shit game. I would have just said I'm obviously not good at it, which clearly he is not, Imran Khan. I will never fit in the rush through story mode and move on to the next game genre that people want it to be. And yeah, I get so passionate. Yeah, that's a different thing. But yeah, it's like this is a lady that never played a roguelite but Returnal, sucked at it and got good at it and finished the game. I'm not sure if she got the platinum or not, but she absolutely finished Returnal. And she put gameplay on it on her Twitter account if people want to see. Here, let me see if I can truly.
So
So,
Hakutaka, oh, never mind, never mind.
What do
so
you want to say? Yeah, go ahead.
is the issue here that he meaning what's his name again? I forgot what his name is. What did
Imran
you say?
Khan.
Imran Khan. Is it that he just wasn't good at the game, or is it like
Yeah, he was not good. He wanted progress without getting good at the game, basically.
was he when he tweeted that out? Was he kind of asking for advice, or said like,
No. He was just saying, I'm done with the game. I'm putting an end to it, basically.
or maybe you know,
Hey, you
obviously,
probably just not jiving with the game, you know.
yeah, not every game is for everybody, right? And if I
Yes. If
personally
he
felt
said,
like there's games that I've dropped before, and I'm like, I
if
don't
he
think
said, here's the
like
thing. If he said, Returnal was too hard for me, I'm giving up. No problem. But when you're criticizing the game and saying that you're not progressing, that's a you issue. That's not a game issue.
Okay, so I played a game called Undertale. You've probably played this game, right?
I heard of it.
Right. So this is a game. It's an indie game that
Isn't it
people.
called RuneScape now or some shit like that?
No, that's a RuneScape. No, that's a different game. Undertale
No,
is
Undertale, it's like a story-driven game with
Or Deltarune?
almost like
oh yeah, that's like a sequel to
mini
Undertale.
gameplay
Deltarune, right?
in it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Deltarune is the sequel to
Okay, that's what I was thinking
Undertale.
about. Not RuneScape.
Oh yeah,
RuneScape is something different.
Deltarune,
Yeah, that's
Deltarune.
different games. Yeah.
I'm definitely gonna play that. I played the first one and I'm definitely gonna play the second one.
So
Deltarune.
I haven't played Undertale yet.
So why I brought up Undertale, because this is a game that everyone is years old now, but it's a game that everyone it's got quite a cult following. People rave about it, say it's really good. I played this game and I got to a certain point where I could not progress, and I was right at the end of the game, because in this game, if you go into this game blind, I don't think you can just play it like that, right? Because I had heard about people say you can go and do the pacifist route, or you can go the genocide route, but I'm like, I didn't really research it or whatever. I just played it. Like, I played it like it was a normal game. Unbeknownst to me, it's not a normal RPG at all, right? So in the beginning I killed a few enemies, but it was kind of boring, that kind of gameplay, and I felt like the game's mechanics was pushing you more towards interacting. You can act and you can interact with the enemy characters and just talk to them and get out of battle that way by just giving the right answers, and they will throw little things that you've got a little heart that you have to move around, and they'll throw a little thing and you can get out of battle. So I did that. Now the problem is, because I kind of did a little bit of the like battling, and then the rest of it was just, most of it was talking. By the time I got to the end, which was like the final boss or whatever, if I had been doing just the talking and doing those certain things, I would have had like been able to have more. What was it called now? I would have had more more items and stuff, but and I wouldn't have needed to use those items, healing items and that sort of thing. But if I had gone for the route where you completely the genocidal route, where you just kill everything like a normal RPG, then you end up getting experience points, and you end up getting stronger. Because I hadn't really done either of them, I was just in between. I couldn't beat the final boss, and in this game, because it's not a normal RPG, the enemies, when you're going through the game, it feels like the enemies are popping up at random. But when you go back through an area, so I tried to go back through an area to go back to a shop, right? I was like, let me go and get some more of those things. The enemies don't respawn. It seems like there's a certain amount of enemies that are spawn in each area, or in certain places, and then they don't respawn. So you cannot grind in this game. Because I couldn't grind to get more money, because that was the issue. Yeah, that was the issue. I didn't have enough money, because you get money if you don't kill. If you do the pacifist route, you get a load of money, and if you do the genocide route, you get a load of XP, right? But because I didn't really do either, I didn't have enough money to buy the items, and I couldn't grind to go and get more money so I couldn't complete the game. I was like, screw this game. It's not even that good. It's not even as good as people were carrying on about, and I can't finish it. I was like, yeah, some of the NPCs are kind of fun. They got funny names and a little bit of dialogue, and they're kind of interesting. But this isn't as good as what people are making out to be. And I'm like, nah. But I know that I'm in the minority with that game. Okay, I am in the minority with that. So it can be just kind of like a game doesn't drive you. That game did not drive me. It's not really like a proper RPG, because you can't grind in it.
Yeah, that's what's called Undertale final boss is not Lausch. Especially, it's there should have had a place where you can literally practice or farm for for money and stuff like that.
Yeah, it's impossible. I'd have to start the game from the beginning, and I'm like, nah, I don't even care about this game like that. Nah,
because Undertale, it's not an easy. It's not that it's not an easy game. It's a long game in a way. It's like 25 hours something. Especially, which run were you doing? Pacifist or
25? What?
Well, that's the problem I had. I didn't know that you had to choose. Basically, you have to either do the pacifist or the genocide. Or if you just do a little bit of both, like what I did, it doesn't work. I didn't know that.
No, it doesn't work. You're not gonna even. Oh my god! You're not even at the final boss. You're just a final boss. There's an even harder boss than the one.
Oh really? I got to a boss that's like a king. He said he's a king. I got to a boss where he said he's a king or something. He is
absolutely not the final boss.
Oh,
I feel sorry for you. I feel so sorry for you. No.
Screw that. Get spoiled for me.
You know that You know Stan? That little bone... Stanley or Stan, that little bone person.
Stanley.
The one that not. There are two bone people. There is one that is tall and that is one that's short.
His name is Sans.
I forgot what his name is, but he comes and he disappears.
Sans. Yeah.
Out of nowhere. Yeah. Well, he is a secret boss you can fight, and he is 10 times harder than the actual final boss. So you stand no chance.
It's literally impossible for me to complete the game. I don't have enough money. I can't grind for money. I can't go and even get more experience because you can't grind. You cannot grind in this game
because you're locked in between a pacifist and.
Right, but if you go into that game blind, like what I had heard about pacifist route, and I just heard about it, but I didn't look it. I normally like to go into games quite blind, right? So I went into it, and because I didn't research it, I didn't know that, and the game doesn't tell you that anywhere in the game. When you start the game, it's like a normal game, and I had no idea about that, and it's impossible to beat it unless you choose one or the other. It's absolutely impossible the way they've designed
it. Yeah, it is impossible. If you kill one enemy in the game, it's over. It messes it
up. Yeah, either you've got to not kill anyone or you've got to kill everyone.
Yeah.
You can't do a bit or you can't just do a bit. So it screws everything up. It doesn't work. You can't complete the game. So I'm like, screw this game. I don't even think it's that good. Like it's people made out like this game was like God's gift. It is not that good. Like it's just I thought it was just a completely overhyped game. That was my opinion though, and I know I'm in the minority on that game. People love that fucking game. Alright, so
yeah, that was also an indie darling.
It's an indie darling, and it's even kind of gone a little bit more mainstream because they put I don't know if you know, they put like a Sans costume into Super Smash Brothers, which is pretty big deal for a game like that. And that guy Toby Fox who did the game, he's done like some music for Pokemon and stuff like this, so he's seen a lot of success from it, but it's just not for me. It just really isn't for me. I didn't like it. I'd rather have a quote unquote proper RPG, not whatever that was.
I highly recommend you play Nier Automata. You're gonna love it.
Yeah, that's a game I've not. I told you I've got a lot of games to catch up on. You know.
Oh yeah.
So. Yeah, Nier Automata is fucking amazing.
Yeah, you are like stone. You got
Omar,
much. Yeah.
Pascal Village theme. Fire.
One of the best theme out there.
That shit was fire, bro.
It's so fire that it's even a non-identical language. They created a language for it.
Yeah.
For it.
Yeah, the Nier games have a lot of inventive language in their soundtrack.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I bet that game is dirt cheap by now.
Pascal Village is one of the best soundtrack music I have ever heard in video games. But I like weird stuff and wacky shit, so it's up my alley.
Yeah, that shit was fire. I dance to it every time I hear it. I ain't gonna lie.
Oh yeah,
I will get around to it one of these days. But right now,
it's one of the best stories.
Oh yeah,
it's one of the best video game as video game. Like as far as like just pure like gameplay standpoint, like the different gameplay scenarios and different games that the game has and how it all transitions into itself from like a top-down side shooter or 2D side-scrolling shooter, then back to a 3D action combat game. That shit was fire, man. That shit was absolutely amazing, bro.
Did you know? I'm changing the subject here, but did you know that Xbox Series S is trending on Twitter?
Oh, because apparently it did really well on Black Friday because it was the only console available on Black Friday.
Yeah. Yeah, this you can. Yeah, well, I don't know about where you are, but in the UK, you've been able to freely buy their Series S for a long time.
I mean, just PlayStation,
not X though, but you can this one. You can just buy it anywhere.
PlayStation is taking a hit by not having console But yeah, it's like PlayStation did their best. It's just chip shortage.
They have, yeah, and I think what it is with the Series S is that it's because it's different to the X. It's easier to get the components for it than the X.
Yeah, but trust me, the people that bought the S, they're gonna regret it sooner than later. Especially with the few memory storage.
I think so. The
and
storage
how weak
is
the
very
console
low.
is.
For an all digital console, and by the way, I'm not down for this all digital future personally. Okay.
Neither am I.
I actually collect physical games. So
Neither am I.
we've got three old school people in here then.
What about y'all, Nate and KJ? And I say nothing.
Nah, they're sleeping.
Nate left. I think
Well,
Nate is busy.
I mean,
Oh,
I have 2 PS5s, sir. So,
Hang on, disc edition or
I'm talking
digital?
about digital disc. Which
nah,
you
they're
prefer?
both disc based.
Okay.
But my girlfriend often, if there's something we are playing at the same time, that shit's getting bought digital, because that would mean I'd need to buy 2 copies. So, yeah.
So you can game share if you. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. So that's a big reason why that. But I mean, obviously, but you also, like, I just posted, like, I bought like 12 physical games recently. So it just depends on the situation and what the game is for. If the game is something that I'm majority going to play and most likely she will not play it, I have no problem buying it physical. But all my Switch games are physical because I don't trust Nintendo as far as I can throw them. So, yeah, I'm pretty heavy on both. But, yeah, the digital is a really big factor, mainly just because we have 2 consoles of, like, everything except the Switch.
You have 2 consoles of everything?
Everything that we like. I mean, we have 2 PCs, we have 2 PS4 Pros, and we have 2 PS5s.
Do you have any kids?
No.
Well, that explains that then.
I mean, it's a bunch of motherfuckers out here ain't got kids and they still broke, so.
No, but I mean, if you had kids, like, you'd probably not have 2 of everything. 2 PCs as well, wow.
Yeah, I mean, we've been PC gaming since I met her, so, you know, we've gone through 3 different PCs at this point, so. But, I mean, we build them ourselves, so.
That's cool.
Yeah. It's a lot more cost effective.
Yeah. This was a very interesting show, despite the fact, mind you. One final thing. Akira, you here?
No, he left. He left a while ago.
Oh my god. Baka Akira. And because I wanted his opinion about, maybe you can share it. I feel Sifu is doomed.
Sifu? Why do you feel that?
Because of the release window?
No. Because the developer came out and said that the game is not gonna have an easy mode.
Oh, you mean
that's gonna mean it's doomed, though?
Bro, so if that was the case, then why do the Souls games get 90 on Metacritic? Why does Sekiro won Game of the Year?
Oh, that's to do with the quality of those particular games. It's not because they're hard.
Exactly, it's due to the quality. So it doesn't matter if the game is difficult or not. If the game is quality, it's gonna get recognized as quality.
Yeah, if it's good. I mean, we don't know what the quality of this game is yet, right? So we can't really say anything about it.
Returnal was quality and it didn't get recognized.
Yes, it did.
No, it got recognized. It got
really good reviews. It got really good reviews. What are you talking about?
It actually.
It got not of Game of the Year.
Didn't it win Game of? Well, no, that's from the one show.
Game of the Year, just one thing. It won other awards and from other things.
Yeah, it won developer.
They nominated Cyberpunk for RBG of the Year. So I don't even like. I'm not even take them seriously, to be honest with you. Okay, and there were other games that should have been, in my opinion, Returnal probably should have been there. Tales of Arise, I think SMT5 should have been there, but you know they don't to get the key or the Keeley awards, man, they're always doing this nonsense. You know, they're doing this nonsense. They've got like for example, I don't know if you knew this, but in the strategy and simulation category, right? Microsoft Flight Simulator won that last year. It's nominated again this year. How does that make any sense? Just because it got ported to Xbox, now it's nominated again. How can you nominate? It's not even an enhanced version. It's the exact same game. So how can it be nominated in a category it won last year?
I don't understand that.
They do nonsense like there's all sorts of nonsense like that. Like, okay, do you know what? I'll watch the Game Awards because it's fun to see the reveals and everything. But I can't take them seriously, especially with 2019 with the absolute the complete nonsense that went down in 2019. Like, I don't know, man. I can't take it seriously like that. So to say Returnal wasn't recognized just because it wasn't nominated for Game of the Year, for the Keeley Game Awards is like ridiculous.
I was semi joking, but real talk, I truly feel Returnal could have done way better if developers didn't cheat on it. Because I did see, not developers. Okay, we'll leave it as that.
If it finish your thought. If the developers didn't cheat,
I misspoke. Not developers. What's called not reviewers, but more like the gamers, that they were not able to play it well.
Well, I know that there was a couple of issues that people didn't like the fact that there wasn't a save or suspend fit, which they have patched that in now. But the thing is, it didn't launch with that, so I think that
they didn't even patch it. It's not patched. It's something different. Let me explain it to you. But they wanted it's something also totally different. This was a patch that now they found a way to exploit it. Basically, in Returnal, if you die, it's over. Your run is done. However, from one biome to another biome, your gameplay is saved. Basically, you can go from biome 1, you can fast travel to biome 4 or 5 if you beat them already.
If you've unlocked it. Right?
Yeah, exactly. Their issue is, and I understand why they did it, but at the same time I understand why it's not needed. They wanted a thing where you can pause mid-run, and if you turn your PlayStation out and then turn it back on, you should be able to continue where you left out. The problem with that is it creates a way to exploit that, and they actually found a way to do it by uploading your save files and downloading it and stuff like that. But and the biggest issue why they felt it needed one, because of how it got launched. It actually launched well. It shot the very first patch that they did for it. It broke the game. It started having crashes.
I do remember that.
It started having crashes. It started having freezing with your PlayStation and stuff like that.
I do remember that.
So that's a mistake on what's called front.
The developer, Housemarque.
Yeah, but at the same time, if not for that, the game launched perfect. This game
was extremely well received. The post-launch patch they put that kind of break it. Had the game had gone out like that, if it had gone out like that in the review periods, then it would not have got the score it got. But it's got an 85 on Metacritic. This game was very well received and this is one of the best reviewed games of the year, basically. It's not in the Game Awards, but there's also some nonsense going on in the Game Awards. All sorts of like nonsense, So I'm like, how? I told you, how is Cyberpunk even in there? How has that been nominated for any? I don't even know what is going on. Like
that was a mindfuckery.
I saw that you read the list. You're like, oh, okay, then you do a double take. Hang on, wait, Cyberpunk. That was me. I was like, what? Cyberpunk?
Are we talking about the same game? That was a mind.
I don't understand how you can say, okay, it was all right on the PC version. The PC version still had problems, right? And the other thing, the issue was that not only did the console versions launch in an absolutely atrocious state, CD Projekt lied about it. They withheld information. They straight up lied about things, saying that they said those console versions were running well. That was the exact words. The console versions are running well. They straight lied. Okay. To us, and with their investors as well, because their investors didn't know, and the investors are suing them. This court cases going on. So I'm like, how then can this game then be honestly in good conscience? How can you recognize this game as worthy as being nominated for an award? Like, it got nominated for RPG of the year and I think musical score of the year, when I think that I'm sure that game uses a load of licensed music as well. So
I don't care about that music, but RPG of the year, I'm like, yeah.
Yeah, but they nominated that, and then people were saying, so I think was it one of the Nier game not get nominated or something for music?
Nier Replicant not being nominated. It's a crime.
No, Nier got nominated for a best
soundtrack. Oh, okay.
Yeah,
okay. It must have been some other game I was thinking of, but yeah, people were not happy.
Oh yeah, Tales of Rise not being nominated for
right.
That was like, what?
So it's like, for example, like you had a whole load of people crying that Forza Horizon 5 should have been nominated. And I'm like, okay, they've never nominated racing games for Game of the Year before. They always go into the racing category. Moreover, this game has the exact same score. It scored high. It's 90 plus, 91 or 92 or something. But so did the previous one, Forza Horizon 4, and that was one of the highest rated games of that year when that came out. And if you had just lined them all up by Metacritic, then it would have been in the top 5. So why weren't people crying about that one then? They weren't crying about that, and now they're crying about it. And moreover, if you go just by purely what are the highest rated games of the year, well, what should have been in there? Not Resident Evil Village. It should have been Tales of Rise should have been there. SMT5 should have been in there. Returnal should have been in there. So I can't give them clout like that, Omar. I don't know why you're giving them that sort of clout. Really.
Fine.
And he's gone to sleep. Oh, you're not asleep. Okay.
And with that, Returnal Taylor should have been GOTY. I agree it's fair, but yeah, hey. Apparently, Psychonaut 2 of Returnal. Maybe we can tell us why next week.
Psychonauts 2 reviewed very well and was very critically praised and got a lot of. I don't think it's one or in that case. I don't think it's one and the other. I think just Returnal, some of the other games that I said should have been in there over Resident Evil Village. Which is one of the lower rated games. It's only got like an 83 on there.
But a lot of people I haven't played Village, but a lot of people really enjoy that game. This is really good. So
no, I'm not denying that. I'm just saying if people are going to get their panties in a twist about Forza Horizon 5 being the highest rated game according to Metacritic, then if you're purely going off Metacritic, there's other games that should be in there. If you're literally, I'm not saying I agree with that, but by going by that logic, Returnal should have been in there, SMT5 should have been in there, and what's the other one? Oh god, I'm getting tired now. I can't remember what the other one was.
Yeah,
remake Integrate should have been in there.
No,
because
Nier Replicant, like
not that
lots of games.
No. because that's a
I would
really
even
nice.
put
Yeah, but not see. I
No,
would have
because
been
you're
on
going
this.
to bring up
Hold on,
Persona
hold on,
5
hold on, hold on,
Royal.
hold
I
on.
know you're going to bring up
Hold on,
Persona
hold
5
on, hold on,
Royal.
hold on,
I
hold on,
know.
hold on. I would have agreed with you if it wasn't for the fact that Flight Simulator got nominated again
Yeah,
for
and I said that. I said I called
for
them out for
no,
that.
I know
It's got nominated in the
for best
category
simulator
it won last year.
after it won last year, and it got re-released again on Xbox this year. So
I
I was like,
agree with you, with no changes. It's not even like it was an integrated situation where there was extra content. It's zero changes. It's the exact same game, or just on a different platform. Yes, I agree with you. Because by that logic, then Hades should have been nominated again this year. Because
So
Yep.
Hades was the
there
game with
was
and Ghost
extra
of
content
game with,
though.
Tsushima, and
Yeah, I gotta correct that one. So there is extra content.
in
There
what?
was actually in Flight Simulator there was a major
Okay,
content
so there's
release.
extra. Okay, so there's extra content, but
Yeah.
it's still the
airport and the
it's still the
plane. Hey, come on, man.
it's still being
No.
nominated
So
for a
there was
category it already won.
they added the thing that they showed off at the one event, the Top Gun thing. They added that. They added the racing that they also showed off that at the one event with the new planes. So they added like 35 new planes. The I have the special edition, so I got like all like 40 plus new airports or whatever, and a bunch of other shit they added. It's actually pretty extensive.
So this is ongoing content, and it's kind of like almost like a live server situation, because my understanding is that you need to be online with this game to download the maps, or to get the data. Sorry, is that correct, Nate?
You said what?
Do you have to be online when you're playing this game in order to get the data to generate the maps in the game?
It looks shittier without that.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, like I have mine on unlimited data, so it just goes crazy.
It just streams the
Um,
data in.
yeah, it streams the data, and you just get a better representation of that, and also you get that's how you get the live data for the storms, like when people were flying in the hurricanes, stuff like
Okay.
that. So it's just that, and then it helps it generate a lot of other stuff. It also, at least on PC, obviously on Series X, it doesn't have a choice, but on PC it needs to be on an SSD, because of the amount of stream data, like the speed. The data needs to be streamed, at least if you want some decent performance. So yeah, that's another it's one of the first requirements on PC to require an SSD. So yeah, that's another
So
thing.
I think there's some issues with the Game Awards and certain things that's going on, because, for example,
Agreed.
Flight Simulator, it could have been nominated for best ongoing game or something like that, because of the nature of the extra content and stuff like that. So
Agreed.
I so it's not it's no, I don't think probably any, people are always going to be upset that this game and that game didn't get nominated and things like that. But I think there's certain things, like they probably should have a rule that a game shouldn't be nominated the following year for a category it's already won, even if it gets extra content. So you can't have Persona 5 winning Best RPG and then winning the following year with Persona 5 Royal, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Persona 5 Royal added
or
so
being
fucking much.
nominated again. Yeah, or being nominated
And
again, because it's
Royal
like,
was amazing, and it was a lot of extra content.
well, I'm not saying it's not amazing, but I'm just giving it as an example. Like,
Oh no, I know. I'm saying, and it was amazing. I'm like, and adding on to that. Like, so yeah, it would have definitely qualified. I'm saying in that,
it would
if
have
that was the
qualified
case.
under the, and I think it was nominated.
No, it was nominated for RPG that year. For
Yeah,
best RPG.
yeah. So,
but Final Fantasy VII Remake won.
So then there you go. You got a situation like that where sorry, no, sorry, I misspoke. You said Final Fantasy VII Integrate wasn't nominated this year, right? It came out this year.
Yeah, it was nominated.
It was not nominated.
It was not nominated for anything, right?
Yeah. It should have took Cyberpunk's place.
At the very least, there's other RPGs that were released, but if you're using the same, if you're applying the same the same situation as with Flight Simulator and Persona 5 Royal, then that could have had a shot at being nominated.
Right.
So I
can
think
Death Stranding. I mean, so a lot of the re-releases could.
so. What I think what they need to do is like you need to make a rule. Either you say, well, you can't if it's a re-release of extra content, it can't be nominated,
Right.
or they go in their own category or something. Because otherwise, you get this situation where it's just like. But regardless, Cyberpunk 2077 should not have been nominated for RPG of the Year. It's ridiculous.
Ridiculous, absolutely ridiculous. But they needed that Western RPG.
They needed that.
Because this is completely dominated.
It's nominated by JRPGs.
They need to be transparent. Which game got nominated and how much percentage does it have and stuff like that.
Oh, you talking about like the votes? Like how much votes did it get?
But we'd have to, in order to do that, we'd have to see the long list. We'd have to see the long list of everything they're produced from.
Like, for example, I would put Kena over Psychonauts 2.
No.
Absolutely, yes.
Well, you personally, but going by critical reception, Psychonauts 2 was better received than...
Again, the only reason why critical reception is for Psychonauts 2 is because it's an indie darling. That's it. And,
so was Kena, but I'm saying just overall, which one was better received? I don't know why you're comparing those two games. Well, I can guess why you are comparing those two games, but definitely Psychonauts 2 was better received than Kena.
I will say critically it was, but
critically, that's what I'm talking
I would
about.
say
Reviews,
if I had to look fan wise, I would say Kena was better received, but yeah, I know what you mean. Critically, yeah, definitely.
Check that right now.
And with that being said, I'm gonna leave it at here because I need to make food.
You sound like you're about to pass out.
I need to make. And Jodie needs to sleep, but me, I need to make.
Jodie does need to sleep, but she had the fucking monster, and now.
A monster.
I did.
Oh shit.
You and your monster. You always have a monster.
I have to. I buy monster by the bulk. That got an 85. What was the other one you said? Psychonauts 2.
Can you not buy
85 user score. I got an 85 user score.
Oh, but I thought PlayStation fans review bombed everything.
Well, that one didn't get. Okay, so this one definitely got review bombed. Oh shit! Psychonauts 2 got review bombs. Oh my god, it's got 6.9, and I know it's not that low rated. So
it's not that bad.
It got review bombed. So this is the PC version, though. The PC version. Oh! God, the PlayStation 4 version got absolutely review bombed to hell. It's got a 4.9.
Well, we know PlayStation fans didn't do that.
Oh my god. The Xbox One version got review bombed, 5.9. Series X is the highest of or one of the highest with the 7.5. Oh my god, they reviewed. You PlayStation people, you went out and review bombed this. How could you do that? That's ridiculous.
Okay, I'm gonna genuinely call it a quit right now because
I
need to go.
I mean, you could end it. I mean, we just
shout out to everyone that came through. Go ahead, do your outro.
Thanks for having me. It's been a great show, fueled by Monster Energy. Consider sponsorship, please, Monster Ultra Energy. You can find me on Twitter at JodieD. That's at JODIEDE, where you can find me talking about the gaming industry, especially with a focus on Japan and Japanese sales.
And just for clarification, she is not a Nintendo fan, she is not an Xbox fan, she is not a PlayStation fan, not a PC fan, she's just a gamer.
I'm a gamer, and
she is also relying on the news, no more. She is not in it for the console war.
3 out of those 4 platforms that you mentioned. I also have a Vita and a 3DS.
Yo, let me get both of them. Let me get the Vita and the 3DS for cheap.
No,
You ain't hold yours?
This
the
is his
Vita is
biggest
not
regret.
technically my Vita. Somebody lent it to me, but yeah, I'm gonna get my own one as well.
What's called Chris Reich's biggest regret is selling his Vita.
I
Damn,
It
just
is.
bruh.
why'd you sell it?
Because this Sony wasn't fucking supporting it, and I didn't know what the
Oh
fuck was going on.
no! Oh,
And now he's trying to get one and they're selling
And yeah,
for...
now the bitch is like $500 to get one now.
Ooh, damn. Jesus.
no! I'm checking
Glad
his
I got
prices
mine.
right. I'm gonna check his prices right now.
Yeah, no, they're pretty expensive now.
Oh my gosh,
It's like
really?
$400, $500. Yeah.
I knew soon as
No.
they went out of production, that
Mm.
message came out. I knew it was going to happen because people were still getting them for like 150, 200 before.
Yeah.
Okay, so
And-
they're around like 100 to 120 pounds here, so it's like maybe $150 if I look on eBay in the UK.
Nah, last time I checked,
Americans are greedy.
yeah. I'm trying to get a. I'm definitely gonna get a 2DS because I want to download all of the Atlas games on there before Nintendo completely shuts down the
Oh,
server.
definitely do that. Chris, they're repeatedly going on sale. You can get them really cheap. I don't know about right now, but I got a load of them when they was on sale. They might be on sale now. I'm not sure. And you don't have to buy them via the actual 2DS. You can just go onto Nintendo's website and you can buy them there digitally. And then when you get the 2DS, you can download them.
Yeah, no, I see some 3D PS Vitas for 160 and stuff like that. It was the OLED, I think, that are the more.
The model.
No,
Oh,
actually,
yeah.
nah, you know that's crazy. They've gone down in price. I swear they've gone down in price now. Because last year when I was looking for one, bro, them shits was like $400 or $500. I swear. Now
I mean, they got
in price.
hot at one point, so you might have just been looking then.
Keep looking and
Yeah,
you will
that's what
find one.
No,
Which
you know
one?
what? You know what it was? I think it was when they were talking about closing down the stores.
Oh, yeah, that makes
That's-
sense. It
that's-
spiked the prices.
Yeah, that's when I was looking for when the prices jacked up. And now,
Yeah.
now I'm seeing one on eBay for like one. Oh shit, I'm a cop of Vita. Fuck the noise.
I thought Omar said he was
Fuck the
going to end the
noise.
stream. He didn't.
Yeah.
Okay.
But
next.
yeah. No. Follow me on Twitter. Thank God that Twitter Spaces have a record feature now.
Yeah.
So now you can completely record what Twitter will record your spaces, and you can listen to the playback. It stays on there for 30 days. So
That's
if
their
you miss,
biggest
Can you download it?
I don't think you can, but you can listen to
no,
it.
but there's other ways. Like I can I'm definitely gonna record it and then upload them to my channel.
Did you record one about JRPG versus Western RPG part 2?
Yeah, I have both. The first one I gotta upload on YouTube, but I literally did one today with Akira, which was JRPG versus
So I
Western
missed.
RPG.
So
I
I missed
heard
that.
that.
No, but
a little bit of it.
you can listen to it if you go like hold on, like I'm a retweet
Yeah,
it
no,
again.
but I wanted to be part of it. But yeah, I can listen to it. I will definitely do
I'm
so.
gonna do a part 3 like later, probably like another month or something like that. Not
Yeah,
anytime soon.
if I go to your Twitter, is it on your page then?
Well, I just retweeted it. Like you have to like specifically find it.
Oh, really?
But yeah, I just retweeted it on my page right now. But yeah, you can listen. You can listen to the playback and shit like that. And
it says play recording. I see it.
Yeah.
Let me refresh then.
Yeah.
Shout out
but,
to you for coming through. And yeah, shout out to everyone for coming through. I'm dead. I'm done. Not I'm done. I enjoy it, but it's what this one was literally 4 hours.
4 hours.
Yeah, this was Omar. You said, "Oh, it's just gonna be." 2 hours. Well, I think you normally say 3 hours,
Oh,
don't you?
sorry, Kay, go ahead and do your outro.
I think Kay might
I
be
think
driving.
Kay has AFK then, okay. Shout out to everyone for coming through. Real talk. For 3 hours, wow. No, 4 hours, wow.
4 hours.
Hey, yeah. Hey, we talk gaming, so there's that. And yeah, we'll leave it at that. See you next time.
Bye.
Bye.
Right.
Hey, Omar.
1 second, I need to stop streaming.